For the Chairman of Monmouthshire County Council.
Good afternoon, officers, members and visitors, and welcome to the March Full Council meeting. I'd like to start with the sad duty, ask you to remain standing and observe a minute's silence in memory of two officers of this council, Gwen Phillips and Christine Jones. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm now going to ask you to remain standing while Canon Sodhi leads us in prayer.
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for the service Gwen and Christine have given to this county and authority. And we pray for those who serve the authority in our own day, especially for those who in recent weeks and months have dealt with the aftermath of unseasonal rain and the possibility of a pending pandemic. We pray for this authority, its members, as they discern the way forward for ensuring the safety and prosperity of all who live and work in this county. We thank you that over the last weeks we have seen the community spirit, the fellowship coming to the fore, and we pray that that love may ever be present in our towns and villages. We pray this in the name of He who out of love died on the cross for us, so that we might have life and have it in abundance. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Father Mark, can I ask you to wait just one moment, please? Some of you may be aware that Father Mark is leaving us today. This was his last official duty as chaplain. He's moving to a parish in Lancashire. So he has been chaplain to me for this council. He was chaplain whilst I was in Abergavenny Mayor. He's been chaplain to Councillor Powell when she was chairman, to Councillor John Prosser when he was chairman. So his experience, his knowledge, his faith, his guidance, I can't thank him enough for what he's done for us all. He's been a wonderful chaplain and he's going to be missed. Father Mark, we wish you well in your new parish. You will always remain a part of you here with us. And I'd like to give you a little gift just to remind you of your time here in Monmouthshire. So on behalf of us all, thank you very, very much. Going home to continue packing now, won't you, Father Mark? Right, thank you all, members and officers. We have a very long and important agenda this afternoon. I want to be fair and firm to everybody, so everybody is heard. So can I please request there's no interruptions, no cross-chamber banter, that all comments are directed through the chair, and then hopefully we will get through this agenda in a nice, courteous manner, but also in an efficient manner, and everybody will be listened to and all members will be heard. So thank you for that. So we'll start off with apologies for absence. Councillor Strong.
None, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Petroni.
Councillor Kevin Williams, Councillor Dave Evans and Councillor Armin Watts.
Do we have any other apologies? No. Thank you very much. Declarations of interest. As and when? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I declare a personal and prejudicial interest in item 11, the LDP, because our farm is in the as a potential site.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Any other declarations of interest, or should we take any more as and when? Thank you. I've not been advised of any questions, no public questions. So we'll move on now to my announcements and receipt of petitions. We have 2 petitions, but before I announce those, I would like to just express how saddened we've all been about the recent flooding, and sincerely hope that everybody's recovering, and now the recovery is well underway. So many people have been affected, and some very close to home here this afternoon. I would like to pay tribute to everyone who worked so hard to offer help and support and assistance, our Chief Executive and all the many officers here at MCC who worked extremely hard and are continuing to do so. I've spoken to officers who were on the front line, and it was a traumatic time for everyone concerned. Thank you to the emergency services and all the good people of Monmouthshire who helped in whatever way they could. I'm going to ask now Matthew Phillips to give us an update on the current situation.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, good afternoon. As you'll be aware from some of the email updates I've been sending out, I'm the chair of the Recovery Coordination Group that's been set up here within Monmouthshire County Council, but also stepping across into and liaising with our neighbours in the other former Gwent local authorities as well. In terms of key figures at the moment, we have been contacted by in the region of 370 either residencies, community assets, businesses and the like. As we're working through that, our current figures stand at 159 no residences affected, 42 businesses affected, and we're now up to 9 separate locations which require a statutory report to be submitted. That's where there's 5 or more properties affected. Those numbers are up since I last updated you via email yesterday alone, and we expect them to continue to go up. It's an emerging picture, I think it's fair to say, both in terms of our understanding as to how our communities have been affected, but also in terms of the wider political picture, waiting on the picture to develop across Wales and indeed the UK in terms of support and assistance. But we're grateful for the interactions that we've had thus far. Just some of the principal infrastructure priorities that I know people will be interested in. The work on the Llanwenneth Bunds, the flood defence there, should be completing today, rolling into tomorrow, which was a crucial piece of work given the impact we saw Storm Jorge have on the weekend in Llanwenneth. The A466 in Tintern is a key priority for our engineers at the moment. There's a couple of other bunds, kind of previously unknown areas, I suppose. It takes a storm of the magnitude that we saw to uncover some of these areas, such as Prioress Mill Lane, Llanesk Farm in Llanbadec. And then we know as well, of course, of the Glangroeny-Gylwen Road impact and the fact that that's closed at the moment. Bridges affected in Forest Coal Pit, Grossmont, and, well, let's face it, I could sit here and probably produce a considerable list. We're still in the very early days as to completely understanding, and that goes additionally to the cost. Big kind of handfuls at the moment. We do think, not just from an MCC perspective, but county-wide, we are looking at tens of millions of pounds of impact one way or another. But I can only echo what the Chair has said in terms of just recognising the efforts that not just our officers and especially those engineers who are out there doing these assessments and interacting with the communities, but also our contact centre staff and the hubs who are dealing with people, not just in an administrative capacity, but in a kind of quasi-counselling and care-focused capacity as well. And it goes beyond that into our communities and the way that communities have organised themselves out with of our own efforts as well. So certainly join the chair in passing on our thanks for that.
Thank you very much. A member has indicated he wishes to speak. Councillor Howard.
Yeah, well, thanks, Madam Chair. It's very kind of you. Just very briefly, I wanted to say a couple of words to say how impressed I am by the way this council has been able to act so quickly. And I think if anybody wanted an example of how an organisation could best make use of its assets in a short and period of intense activity, I think what happened in Monmouthshire is it. But particularly with regard to the Bund at Llanwenneth, you're aware that I saw the devastation that the flooding brought myself, as did our MP and many officers. And there are some, I'm sure that within the organisation, the events of the last few weeks have pretty much touched everybody, but the way that the response has been enabled in Llanwenneth has been outstanding. And as Matt says, the fact that it's going to be completed today with works and plank coming off site tomorrow is superb. And in particular, I'd want to thank Carl Twohig, Mark Han, James Woodier, obviously Matt Phillips, Tracy Harry and Paul. And one small amusing point in correspondence with one constituent, I happened to mention that the head of legal was overseeing the recovery board, for want of a better description. And she obviously looked you up before she responded, because I think she said that she couldn't understand why a head of legal would be put in charge of anything practical, but she welcomed your naval strategy. So yeah, immense thanks, and I keep my fingers crossed that it'll be many years before we suffer the same again.
And Councillor Webb, did you want to say a quick word?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Can I reiterate all you said in there? And also I want to express my thanks to Sue at the base camp in Raglan. She's been brilliant with passing on all the messages very politely and kindly and always coming back. But all the highway staff and everybody that's actually, and the fire brigade and all the services, I want to second what you've said. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to petitions. So, Councillor Brian Strong, I understand you have a petition this afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's a petition signed by more than 800 residents of Usk, objecting to the rerouting of the A472 through the residential streets of Usk. There's a covering letter on this, and I know that, and I agree with the residents, that it is a bit of a hodgepodge of a solution. I think that if this could be passed on to the officers concerned, I'd be grateful. And I know that there are negotiations or talks going on between our officers and us Town Council, and this, I hope, will be taken fully account of. Thank you very much.
And the second petition we have this afternoon is from Councillor Higginson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. And I presenting this on behalf of Councillor David Evans, who was to take his wife to hospital this afternoon. It's quite a lengthy petition, I have to say, in terms of numbers. It's regarding squash at Calligott Leisure Centre. And the background of it is Monmouthshire County Council are considering plans for redevelopment of the Calligott Leisure Centre, which is, of course, very welcome. However, the preferred option includes the replacement of the squash courts with a soft play area. The project is still in its feasibility stages, and so it might not be too late for our courts. It is important the Monmouthshire County Council and One Life are aware of the arguments for keeping squash in Calligott, as well as the strength of local and national feeling. Fundamentally, replacing the squash courts with a more commercial use, such as soft play, is a financial decision, but we believe it is short-sighted and damaging for sport and the well-being in the area. Regarding the Future Generations Act 2015, a Future Generations evaluation has been carried out by Monmouth, but unfortunately the conclusion does not appear to be rational. The evaluation does not address or identify any negative impacts associated with the loss of squash in the area, and it offers no mitigation strategy for the loss. Critically, the evaluation does not explain how the replacement of the squash courts with soft play meets the Future Generations Act in inverted commas, Healthier Wales goals. In the last census, the percentage of residents in Caligott who reported their health as very good was just 42%, which is less than the national average of 46%. Squash is regularly cited as the world's healthiest sport and offers significant fitness benefits covering cardio, flexibility, agility, strength and speed. Simply put, there's no comparable activity for a 45-minute workout. Squash in Wales and Caligott. The Welsh are good at squash and Caligott has played its part in that success. Wales currently has 2 top 15 ranked players in the world, Tesney Evans from WR9, whatever that is, and Joel Makin, which is WR12. In 2018, Tesney won Wales' first Commonwealth Games medal for Wales in 20 years and is also a 2-time British national champion. These players are building a new following as role models for future players. Their continued success will mean that we need to have facilities available for other youngsters that are inspired by their achievements. There have also been several players from Caligott that have represented Wales at junior, senior and masters levels. Caligott players continue to be active in the Welsh squads, with the current captain of the over-50s Welsh Masters team amongst them. The loss of these courts will deprive South East Wales with the facilities that allow the area to remain competitive and compete for their places in the various Welsh squads. Caligott Squash Club. Caligott Leisure Centre is home to Caligott Squash Club. We have 2 teams playing in the South Wales and Gwent leagues. The removal of the courts will see these teams disappear. This will also have a significant detrimental impact on the South Wales and Gwent League structures. The Squash Club has a club night every Tuesday evening, team matches every week on Wednesday, Thursday and every Saturday morning. There's also a series of qualified coaching sessions offered without profit to beginners, children, women and club level players. The club night provides everyone an opportunity to mix in with other players, whether they play in a team or not. This provides a good social environment that supports social interaction. The removal of the courts will mean that there's no club, the loss of teams, and the strong likelihood that players will cease to play, given that there are no other courts within a reasonable distance. There are many people who use the squash courts that are not members of Caligott Squash Clubs, as they only wish to play socially rather than competitively in a league. Where will they now be able to play? There are no other county council courts in the immediate area that they could use. Coaching. There has been free coaching offered every Saturday morning for the last 20 years. This has seen many players learn to play, develop their skills, and have a sport to keep them fit. The coaching is provided voluntarily. What has been significant over the last 20 years is the number of juniors that have learned squash and had this as a sport through which they could make friends, examples at the university, in the army, and even generally in their careers. Through coaching, we've also developed and encouraged some players to become leaders and qualified coaches themselves. This has been funded by Caligott Squash Club and through a Community Chest Award. Alternative court availability. There are over 4,500 squash courts in England, but in Wales there are less than 200. We can't afford to lose any more courts. Our nearest club will be a private club in Newport at Rodney Parade, and even here, the rugby club are keen to remove the courts so they can develop the area on which the courts currently sit. There's a photo here of the courts as well. Court usage and flexibility. One of the arguments that has been used to defend this decision is court usage rates. We are told that the courts are not used enough and they sit empty for a lot of the time. No doubt there's some truth in this. However, this is the nature of most of the facilities at the leisure centre. The large sports hall, for example, is rarely used. Squash is arguably the most popular indoor sport played at the leisure centre, other than swimming and the gym, but these are different kind of health provisions. Modern Life recently removed off-peak rates, half price you see, and junior rates for squash, which has certainly had an impact on weekend use and affordability for juniors using the courts. Clearly, this is about budgets, and we understand budgets are constrained. However, beyond financial considerations such as revenue per square foot, the Council does have an obligation to encourage, through opportunity, as much diversity as possible. Squash remains a mainstream sport which promotes a healthy lifestyle and a competitive outlet. It may be that the flexibility of the courts needs to be evaluated. Spin bikes or mats, table tennis, yoga and Pilates could all be housed in the squash court with a little imagination. Taking it further, a movable central wall between courts could really open up the space if needed.
Councillor Higginson, Councillor Higginson, excuse me, Councillor Higginson, have you nearly finished? Okay,
yeah,
thank
nearly
you.
finished.
Yeah, I think we've got a good picture.
Double court, as these are slightly wider, creating a double court could be eligible for national sport funding. Nothing has really been done to look at the flexibility of these spaces. Support is the last two lines. Squash Wales have confirmed their support and are helping with our campaign to save the courts. There are also 2 petitions running. The online version is well now over 300 signatures with comments. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Before we move back to the agenda, I've just received an update about the situation at Mwena Citra, and the bund has now been completed. It's just been confirmed, so I thought you would all want to know that. We now have an additional item, an emergency question from Councillor Petruni to Councillor Penny-Jones.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can the Cabinet member give Council an update on any plans being made around the potential spread of the coronavirus in Monmouthshire?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Petroni, for your request as to an update. An internal coronavirus emergency response team is chaired by Julie Boothroyd, and this has been set up and is currently meeting weekly. We're keeping the situation under review and taking appropriate and proportionate action as required. We're using the Public Health Wales website for daily updated information and to keep our position under review. We're looking to ensure that any response required is prioritised around the most vulnerable groups. Planning is underway, considering the potential impact on business continuity and developing mitigation plans to keep services running. Various options can be considered, such as redeploying staff, and this would be explored if and when required. Weekly meetings cross-directorate are up and running, and weekly briefings for staff and members have commenced. People's Services are dealing with queries on a case-by-case basis. And lastly, pandemic flu plans are in place, and these can be adapted to respond to an outbreak if and when required. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I thank the Cabinet member for that response. I wonder if we could do more publicly to reassure the public about the spread of this virus. A lot of elderly people are worried. They just see it on the news relentlessly, and we need to be out there. I'm not saying you aren't, but can you be more public? Because I declare an interest. My nan's in Seven View Home, and if any virus gets into that home, we are in serious trouble. So can we be more public about our plans, our actions, and what we're doing? And secondly, have you any concerns on the supply side to the Council of any interruption on the supply side? Because we're hearing about supply problems across the country, in fact, the world.
Thank you, Councillor Petroni. I understand your feeling about informing people, because there's rumour and counter-rumour, and that in itself provides panic. So, yes, I think we are advertising, but perhaps it is something that we can consider more, and I will talk to officers about that. The second thing about the supply at the moment, I think all supplies are fine, and there are no issues at present. But I did hear of somebody the other day who went into Screwfix and bought 200 masks for £1 each and set about selling them at £8 each. So it's something we've got to be wary of. I think the main thing that we must consider is we take on board the advice the government has given us, just even about hand washing. I know it sounds glib to say, you know, we must say happy birthday twice, but it's the length of time we wash our hands. And if we can start there and even spread that information alongside everything else, then I think, you know, we can help contain it. And we are obviously in a period of containment at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We'll now move on to the next question, which is from County Councillor Simon Howarth to County Councillor Peter Fox, Leader of the Council.
I support, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Howarth, for the question. I know we haven't had an opportunity to address this question for some time, and so I'm pleased we can do this today. So by way of a little bit of background, and excuse the length of the answer, but it's such a key question, really, that it needs and deserves a full response. So, yes, so this Welsh Government project is being undertaken by Costains. Costains employs a public liaison officer for this scheme who works closely with the local community as well as MCC. In addition, Costains holds monthly meetings for traffic management with MCC and other organisations such as the emergency services, quarterly meetings with members of the local community council, as well as holding ad hoc public exhibitions and meetings on progress of the works. Costains employ local people and they run an apprenticeship scheme, as well as engaging with local schools and other community groups, offering visits and talks about the scheme and in particular on local heritage interests. Due to the unforeseen ground conditions and engineering difficulties, the number of planned road closures has been much higher than originally foreseen, and this has been a challenge in terms of managing disruption on the local roads and a major concern from residents. However, the Welsh Government is working closely with MCC officers and listening to local members and residents in order that they can minimise disruption. I'm told there will be far fewer closures this year, with a maximum of 8 expected, which is still pretty significant. To help ensure that the works are carried out with as little disruption to the local community as possible, our engineers are in discussions with Wales Government on the handing back of the side roads, which includes maintenance arrangements for the embankments and the drainage systems. For the duration of the scheme, there has been ongoing positive, proactive engagement between environmental health officers and Costain representatives. The complexity of many aspects of the scheme have merited regular monthly meetings with further detail generally discussed on a weekly basis. This has been to try and to ensure that all appropriate noise and dust mitigation measures have been considered and implemented, and that residents in the proximity of works undertaken outside normal hours are properly notified. The contractor has been requested and undertaken noise and dust monitoring. It is regrettable that Costain and Welsh Government are currently in dispute and have been since last year, which has undoubtedly prolonged the finish of the scheme, now estimated to be 2021. But as we know, this seems to be moving feast, often changing. The previous project manager left last summer and has been replaced, and the position will be supported now by an Arcadis employee who is managing the legacy of the project. Having said all of that, it's fair to say that the continued suffering of the local residents is becoming intolerable, especially in Maesogwatha and surrounding lanes on both sides of the valley, which are seeing traffic volumes not intended for their use, where residents' parking is often on the street, making passing difficult, especially at the weekends when the road is closed. MCC officers are currently looking at ways in which we could possibly improve the situation in Clydach and Maesogwatha, including discussions with the police to support any restrictive orders that are being considered to improve the situation. You'll recall that in January last year at our meeting with the Minister, Ken Skates, it was agreed that there would be a greater police support for Costain staff plus Costain staff positioned at Bryn Mawr end to deter non-residents from entering the narrow lanes and getting stuck in a jam, encouraging them to use the official diversion route. The action was welcomed by residents, but I know yourself and the other community councils had concerns about the legality of some of those measures, and as a result, they're no longer in place. However, operatives are still present to deter HGVs from going down those lanes. The residents of the bungalows of Danicoid in Clydach have suffered a great deal following changes to the design of the footbridge, and as you're aware, MHA, MCC and locally elected members are still in discussions to secure a solution that provides greater privacy and security at the back of the affected properties. The final part of the road construction is now taking place, which will shortly include a switch over to the higher road. 2 plans are currently being considered, and we are waiting for the Welsh Government decision regarding this. Locally elected members have been consulted and are confident that the scheme will keep the traffic moving whilst the road over the gorge is constructed. Residents, businesses and locally elected members want the road finished as soon as possible, and following recent discussions with Costain and Welsh Government, have impressed upon them to keep the traffic moving so that it will not be advantageous to use the side lanes and minimise the weekend closures that cause the most disruption. The roundabouts at Sale Yard and at the Old Costain offices are due to be removed shortly, and this will help to speed up flow of traffic. MCC will continue to work closely with Costain and Welsh Government and their representatives to minimise further disruption whilst we look forward to the completion of the road. It would not be correct to say that we are happy, especially as the scheme is currently 2 years behind and £100 million over budget. However, we have had to deal with circumstances beyond our control, such as the dispute between Wales Government and Costain and the challenges faced by the contractor in this challenging topography, which probably could have been better managed by Wales Government, who are ultimately responsible for the project. MCC looks forward to the benefits of the completed scheme, which is currently expected to be in spring of 2021, as I mentioned earlier, although there are times when local members and community remain frustrated by these works. It would be fair to say that Wales Government and Costains are listening to the concerns of the local residents and are working closely with MCC to address problems that arise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Do you have a supplementary question?
I do, yes, Chairman. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Fox, for your response to the question. As we all know, the scheme has been something of a nightmare, and it has been a nightmare for most. I'd just like to take this council back, and I will warn every one of you here, if you ever have a public inquiry into schemes within your local areas, like the M4 scheme and other schemes as well, please make sure you do attend that public inquiry. Every day, 10 weeks virtually, many of us attended there. But the thing is with the public inquiry...
Councillor Howard, could you ask the question, please?
I'm getting to the question, Madam Chairman. The thing is with public inquiry, you get told one thing and another thing happens. And I'll take this council back, and this is the question, Madam Chairman. This council received a petition here, and many of you will know, from the residents of Danicoid. That petition was taken away, and our chief executive assured me, with the leader, it will be fully investigated. And that petition was to do with elevations on a banking at Danicoid, which actually has ruined people's lives. We've just talked about lives being actually disturbed. People will get back to normal with their lives once
Could
the
you get to the
floods-
question, please, Councillor
Yes,
Howard?
I will, Madam Chairman. It's funny how we can talk about a squash court for so long, but this question, actually, which is a serious question, can't have any hearing whatsoever. This council promised an outcome for a full investigation of what happened at Danicoid. That has never happened. We've had many meetings. The Minister attended this council during January last year. That was 18 months after the petition was handed to this council. And the Minister assured the Chief Executive, the leader, Councillor Pratt and myself a full investigation to the outcomes of how we've got to the absolute dismal wall behind Danny Coyd. And that takes me back to the public inquiry and all the evidence base. We have the evidence. I was promised an answer 4 weeks later. Benefit of the doubt, I'll give it a little bit longer. I was promised an answer, a full investigation to the leader and to the chief executive here straight away. I attended a public meeting then in February. That same official from the Welsh Government assured me and Councillor Pratt a full response after investigation to how we got to the problem at Danny Coyd. Madam Chairman, I'm still waiting, and I urge the leader and the chief executive to have a full independent investigation how we got to the problem at Danny Coyd. And the problems are still there, and the problems aren't going to disappear. And we've got more problems there. The evidence is here within the public inquiry. No, you're not going to give me any time. I can read them out. The evidence is in photographs. It's all there. The people in Danny Coyd, they do not want compensation. They want their association, Monmouthshire Housing, which have been poor. We, as a council, have been poor, and many other associates with this scheme have been really poor, how Danny Coyd's been treated. I urge both of you to ask the Minister to please resolve Danny Coyd for the residents of Danny Coyd. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Fox, do you wish to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Simon. I know how passionate you are, as is Councillor Pratt, to the concerns in your community. And yeah, I was very concerned about those initial photographs I saw about the bank behind Danny Coyd. I'll have to, you know, I've had a lot of sleep since since a petition was presented. So I think Chief Executive and myself need to just go back through that and track where we went with that and what the progress of the conversation, because clearly it ties in with the meeting we had with Ken Skates in the Chairman's office, and we just need to track back, because I can't give you an answer of where we are and what had happened since that petition was given in. But we will find out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. We now move on to item 6 on the agenda, which is the Council Tax Resolution and Revenue and Capital Budgets for 2020-21. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Over the last 4 years, we have saved over £23 million from the Council's budget amidst reduced Welsh Government funding. In the coming year, in addition to the pay and pension increases of £1.5 million, we face specific pressures of some £9.7 million, although this was reduced to £9.5 million during the period of consultation. Thus, we had to find some £11 million in savings or additional income. Savings were also increased by £529,000 during that period. With the anticipated funding, savings, increase in charges, additional property coming into charge for council tax, and the flexible use of capital receipts, we went out to consultation with a funding gap of £1.178 million. That assumed a council tax increase of 4.95% and a 2% cut in ISB. During the consultation period, we, the WLGA and others, lobbied the Welsh Government for a funding floor. That wasn't forthcoming, despite the Minister saying that a floor could be provided if other councils gave up part of their settlement. Clearly, other councils were not prepared to give ground. If that had happened, it could have resulted in an increase in AEF from the 3% awarded in the provisional settlement. Work continued on closing the gap. However, Cabinet made the decision not to impose the individual schools' budget cuts, and this was relayed to schools in the Schools Budget Forum. Schools will also benefit from full funding of pay and pension increases, and the loan scheme to schools will still be offered to schools that decide to take it up. Some clubs and associations have made us aware that the adoption of the Ealing ruling on VAT has disadvantaged them in that they have lost the ability to reclaim VAT on leisure facilities or benefit from VAT dispensation for block bookings. We have accepted a £25,000 pressure as a result to ensure customers are not affected. We've also taken account of the research done regarding DFGs. As a result, we will follow the decision taken over the last few years to put a further £300,000 on top of the floor in the base budget. The base will now be set at £900,000, which will need to be reviewed annually along with all other capital expenditure. In respect of the capital programme, we are still committed to our 21st Century Schools policy and to enhance our leisure centres, as was done in Monmouth, together with the other elements of the capital programme. There will also be scope for us to support businesses affected by high business rates in our town centres. There is an ongoing commitment to ensure that staff are paid no less than the Living Wage Foundation living wage. In addition, there are pressures regarding incremental pay, especially regarding lower pay spines, which have had to be accommodated. There is further pressure on the MTFP relating to the LGA pay award, yet to be confirmed, and the need to know if any assistance will be forthcoming with any agreed settlement. It is essential that UK and Welsh governments ensure that funding for the award is forthcoming when the substance of the award is announced. The pressures in children's and adults' care, together with those relating to children with additional learning needs, will be met. Currently, there are increased pressures in children's services having to be coped with that will inevitably cause further challenges in the coming year. Issues in the PTU will also have to be monitored closely. When the final budget proposals were considered by Cabinet on the 19th of February, there was still a budget shortfall of 497,000, and it was hoped that a funding floor would have been forthcoming to close the gap. Regardless of this, officers have continued to work on closing that gap. It was noted that some assistance it was hoped, I should say, that some assistance would have come in the final settlement. Regretfully, this was not the case. Indeed, the medium-term prognosis remains of concern, with no current indication of additional funding or grants, and work continues on the MTFP to keep it both relevant and sustainable. There continues to be considerable pressures in all areas, and very careful monitoring will be needed as we go forward with appropriate remedial action taken both this year and next. Furthermore, as we start the recovery phase that responds to the flooding that has decimated parts of our county, we work on the basis that Welsh Government will fully fund costs that we would otherwise have to bear, and that would add significantly to the financial pressures that are upon us. Following on from the final settlement, further savings have been identified to close the remaining £497,000 gap. 42,000 will come from savings in the SRS budget. 92,000 will come from further examination of corporate costs and insurances. And 359,000 will come from wider efficiencies that include freezing all expenditure on non-essential spend and vacant posts being rigorously reviewed before recruitment takes place. Reserved, especially earmarked reserves, will reduce in the year, therefore increasing pressure unless we can top them up. The general reserve stands at 7 million, which is mid-range of the prudential level required. Madam Chairman, can I take this opportunity here to thank all senior officers and their staff, and especially Peter Davis, for the considerable amount of work done in the most challenging of budget rounds.
Does anybody wish to comment on the proposed budget, on the recommendations? Do you have a seconder, Councillor Murphy? Thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am relieved to see that Cabinet listened to the strong concerns and objections of the Children and Young Persons Committee and also teachers and governing bodies who were deeply concerned by the proposed cut in school budgets. I'm also really relieved that the proposed application of VAT to our sports clubs, which was highlighted by my colleague Councillor Becker, has also been dropped from the budget. So it is greatly appreciated that the concerns have been listened to and acted upon. I also note with great concern the increase in pressures on our children's services and the disturbing upward trend nationally for children being taken into care. Now, I don't blame this council for that worrying issue. I place the blame firmly at the levels of government, both the Welsh Assembly and Westminster, for not providing adequate funding to actually to address the root causes of these problems. These are affecting our most vulnerable, our most precious children, and they are the ones who are suffering. And so I take this opportunity to call on both the Conservative and the Labour group to communicate with their parties to actually try and sort out adequate funding and proper response to dealing with the true crisis that is actually affecting many, many children and families in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment? Councillor Murphy, would you like to sum up? Do you wish to speak, Councillor Bertuni? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I assumed the independent leader was going to go first. I'd just like to thank Phil Murphy for that comprehensive budget and for the Lib Dem leader for her call to action. It's not, but I think she's in coalition with us at Welsh Government, and maybe she might have forgotten about that. So, might want to speak to your leader about that. She might be in the cabinet or something. I don't know. Yes, there's lots of pressures in council, and we recognise that it's not an easy financial round. But we believe that this could have been planned much better than it has been, and I'll explain why. We think this is kind of a shambles budget, really, from a leader and a cabinet that shirk every responsibility they have on this agenda. They take every opportunity to blame Welsh Government for any issue they might have or have created themselves. They talk about the settlement from Welsh Government, which is the lowest. But what have they done about that? What have they done about the formula? The leader's been leader for nearly 10 years. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Have they rigorously challenged it? No, they haven't. Where's the documents that challenge the formula and how it discriminates against Monmouthshire? Nothing. He's on the board that looks, or the subgroup that overlooks this. He's achieved nothing. Now we're meant to believe he's on a rural forum that will now achieve more for Monmouthshire. They won't achieve it because they need the excuse of the Welsh Government to cover their consistent failures on budgets. George Osborne said once there were skivers and shirkers and strivers. Well, they're very much shirkers of responsibility for their own failures, their own deficits that the Cabinet approved last month, approving a deficit. So they blame Welsh Government. We'll take away the party that's alleged for fiscal prudence, low taxation, demand more taxpayers' money from central government, take away their ideological dissonance. They have created a position where they've had to scramble together 3 savings in less than, or just over a week from a deficit position in February, despite, and you would never know this from the press reports or from anything from the Cabinet says, that Welsh Government in total have given them an extra 4.8 million they didn't expect to get. So let's be clear, 4.8 million they didn't expect to get. So leading to September, October, they were planning a minus 1% settlement from Welsh Government. Then, leading into December, it went to 0%. Then they revised it again to a 1% increase. Unlike the Lib Dem leader who welcomed the U-turn on schools, they were always going to U-turn because they already knew they had the money. So as they issued the consultation, Welsh Government had already told them they were going up from 1% to 3%. So they panicked our schools unnecessarily. They panicked teachers deliberately, playing politics, even though they knew they had the extra money. So as they went through that consultation round, as we come into January, they knew they were not going to cut schools because they knew the Welsh Government had bailed them out again for their own failures. Despite circa £3 million of cuts they've already done to schools, that's why schools are in such a desperate position that they've driven. So we have more money from Welsh Government and issues that poor planning that we've seen over months and months. They thought the settlement was going to be way worse, and it's much better than they thought. Yet we're still scrambling to find savings within a week, with the Cabinet passing deficit positions. We also have the prospect of massive fines in relation to waste services. We potentially have the fines of up to £180,000 because we're not going to achieve our recycling targets. So thanks to the Cabinet member, the new Cabinet member, we have additional pressures through incompetence. And who did they blame initially? It was the Welsh Government. The Welsh Government for having recycling targets. Then they blamed the public for not recycling properly, shirking responsibility, playing politics with people's lives. So what do we propose? Well, we propose, again, and we keep pursuing this because it's the right thing to do, 150% on council tax on empty homes, empty second homes longer than 6 months. The best estimates of what this would raise was £200,000. The Cabinet member said, I believe it was last budget, and he feel free to correct me, that they weren't going to pursue this because of, in effect, a tax loophole. Well, we should continue that policy and lobby Welsh Government, if it's their responsibility, or whatever government it is, to close that loophole. It's not only a right thing to do financially, it raises additional revenue for us, which is needed, absolutely. But it's also the right thing to do for our communities, particularly our rural communities, which I thought they cared about. But I've received quite a few emails from residents, not in my ward admittedly, but in rural communities, and I'll just take 2 seconds to read out. Since moving here 6 years ago, we've become increasingly aware of high proportion of second homes in this area and its detrimental effect to our community. I don't object against people who let their property to tourists, but it's destroying our local economy. We need to do something on this, whether it raises money or not. We need to protect our rural communities. We reckon that 80% of the time these houses are left vacant, and their residents bullet point their issues. Less affordable homes for young people and young families in rural areas, lack of contribution to community spirit of the area, lack of revenue for shops and local businesses, and a lack of volunteers if we want to encourage the voluntary sector, particularly in our rural communities. So there's a financial argument, which has some issues, but we can lobby Welsh Government on that. But there's also a moral, social argument to implementing this policy, which we need to do. We need to protect our rural areas. We do not want to become a rural county where our beautiful rural areas are devoid of local people because they can't be bothered to tax the rich. Rich people always buy second homes in areas. Last time I checked, people who are struggling do not buy second homes. So they're deliberately avoiding the taxing at risk at their own communities, and despite the detrimental effect on their own communities. We think this is a reasonable proposal, and we propose it as an amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas has seconded that recommendation, the amendment to the recommendation. So we will now treat this as a motion, and we will be discussing the amendment to the recommendation. We will be debating that. Anybody wish to comment? Yeah, no comments. So you have a proposal and a seconder. So just to be clear, can you repeat that amendment, please, Councillor Petruni?
Yeah, to include a council tax increase on second homes that have been vacant for 6 months to 150%.
Chair, do you want me
just to be clear, we're just voting on the recommendation, that just the amendment at the moment. Okay. Councillor Murphy? No, we can't. No. Not at the moment. We're going to vote on the actual... Oh, Councillor Taylor?
Can I ask Councillor Petruni for a point of clarification? So he's just put forward a proposal. Can you tell us what that would, how many homes that it would involve and how much that would make, and what the pros and cons are of that proposal? Because I don't know, I couldn't make an informed decision based on just that. So I wouldn't be able to vote unless I know that information.
This isn't, we're just inviting comments at this stage. Councillor Greenland.
Thank you, Chair. There is a very good reason why we shouldn't support this, and that is that other councils who have tried this have found that what happens is that second homes, people with second homes, actually look to have them regarded as business premises. They are then counted for NNDR rate, business rates, and then they claim small business rate relief from them. So actually what happens is councils lose money by taking this forward, and that is a very good reason why we have not considered this policy in the past.
Clarification, they have considered it in the past, they considered it last year, and then they sent me a report which said all councils made money when they installed it. So unless Bob Green hasn't read the report.
Any other comments, Councillor Feakins?
Madam Chair, only as a point of order, as it's been moved and seconded, could we move to the vote, please?
Is that seconded? Thank you. Yes, I consider we should move to the vote. We are voting for the amendment to the recommendations. Everybody clear on that? Would they like it repeated? Right. All those in favour of the amendment to the recommendations? Thank you. That's 6 in favour. All those not in favour? The amendment's been defeated, so we move back now to the recommendations as stated in the report. Do we have anybody who wishes to comment on that? Councillor Thomas.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to comment mainly on the school's budget. And being a bit sort of pessimistic, I agree with the leader, Labour leader here, that really the ploy of saying that there would be a 2% cut, which created a huge amount of unrest and disquiet, particularly amongst parents and head teachers. And then suddenly on the day of the budget meeting, it was suddenly withdrawn and a huge amount of money was found probably under the bed. Normally, people don't seem to find that sort of money at the last moment, and really it then wrong-footed heads who were glad that they'd had the 2% deficit cut taken off, but had to face the decrease in their budget. All the comprehensives in Monmouthshire are substantially in deficit. That's all of them, and you're talking about really large amounts of money. To compound this comes the idea of loans to schools, both primary and secondary, to cover their deficits that they've built up. To me, and to a lot of people, that's like having education on the never, never. And it's such an important aspect of an authority's work. I just don't think we can move towards that. Heads have said to me that they're concerned that they're going to enter into long-term agreements, 10 years, when they might well not be in post in 10 years. And they are going to hand on and saddle future heads and governing bodies with substantial debt. I was brought up probably in a different sort of context, where I was always taught not to go into debt where possible. And I'm just shocked that this administration, a Conservative administration, which lectures Labour parties constantly about overspending, not managing the budget, and yet they are proposing a system that will put schools into debt. Parents have ongoing concerns about education and about the debts that they see in their schools where their children go to. And as well, they're concerned about asset stripping. You know, Mountain House is going to go. We won't have a special school. Consultation is coming now on Hillston Park. And in effect, you know, that is the kiss of death for outdoor education in Monmouthshire. We won't have anywhere for them to go. If you look at youth provision, we've got no physical youth provision now in Abergavenny, and there's constantly at the moment a problem with what some people have called feral children. And I think you said at the start of the meeting, Madam Chair, that we could debate here without interruption. So, you know, when other people are talking now, I'm going to interrupt. there are children hanging about in Abergavenny because basically there's nowhere for them to go. And you can't have a youth service which is out in the stratosphere. We can't have it on iCloud. You've got to have a physical place for them to go. And I really fear that in terms of education, in terms of special education, in terms of youth provision, we are moving towards a system where we will not have physical assets. It's asset stripping in the most important aspect of people's lives. And you look at the documentation and it says, give everybody a good start in life. Well, I'm afraid for lots of youngsters now, they're not going to have a good start in life.
Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. I wish I had the chance to manage my domestic budget with a 3% increase this year. I think I'd find life a lot easier than it has been in recent times. We have heard from Councillor Batruni that the actual modelling started off with a much worse scenario than the one we've ended up with. And I think before I say anything else, I would commend this council for its policy of not closing any service. And let's be up for that. That's great, because I look at some surrounding authorities and things that are key, like libraries, have gone. And I think it is to the great credit of this council that services have been reduced but not cut. But I damn with faint praise, because therein also is the problem. It's what has been called by others salami slicing. And after 10 years of taking bits off across the board, year on year, we're now reaching the point where services, although they're there, are sometimes almost creating more problems than they solve. My colleague, Councillor Thomas, just referred to the threat of a 2% cut to individual schools' budgets. I share his view that that was never intended to happen. But that said, the problem is that as a council, we have not addressed specific needs in our communities. And let me illustrate what I mean. Because when it hit the headlines in Abergavenny that 2% cut was going to happen, parents at one school immediately jumped in and said, we'll mitigate that, we'll give you banks of iPads that you can use, and that will ameliorate the cuts that you're making. Well, I have to say, Madam Chair, that in my ward, parents are not in any position to fork out for their children's education. And Councillor Thomas was quite right, it caused chaos amongst our schools and our parents and our heads who thought that this council was actually going to go ahead with that 2% cut. I genuinely believe it was never intended to. But we then get that situation where those with the financial resources can overcome the problems. The last month in this meeting, the leader of the Labour group bought a strategy and a document that he had researched over a considerable length of time about addressing those pockets of poverty in this county that are actually setting back the life chances of our children. Budgets like this one do nothing to resolve that because they slice across the board. I was absolutely heartened and delighted last month to hear members of the Conservative group in this council saying that they would accept the Councillor Batruni's really well-researched document, would be prepared to take that forward, and we were delighted as a Labour group with that. We also offered, as a Labour group, to help make representations to the Welsh Government about the budget. And we were sincere and genuine in that, and that idea was rejected. And it's a great shame on members on the other side of this chamber that that was the case. Because in my ward, I see the problems created by 10 years of austerity. I see it in the poverty in the families in my community. And then when I see a budget proposal like that before us today, with that slice continuing across our services, it is doing nothing for the people in my ward. I think what we need to start to look at is to develop a budget strategy that accepts the findings of Councillor Petruni's document and start, instead of that slice, to address needs of poverty. We're at a point now where we really do need to start protecting our poorest families. And I will make an offer, because every year we make similar criticism and we're told the Labour Party does nothing. Well, it's difficult to contribute when we don't see the books. In the spirit of working together, I will volunteer, providing I get full access to the books, to join the administration in developing next year's budget, but on condition that we start to address the needs of the people who need it, rather than cushioning people who often have no financial difficulties at all. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I would just like to respond to the criticisms that Councillor Petruni made about the waste services. And I would like to tell Council that due to the diligent and hard work of our officers, we are confident that we have pulled our recycling back to meet its target. So hopefully we will not be facing these fines that he refers to. This has been helped by a very good campaign led by our comms team, and also we made a video, and this has certainly helped people think more about their recycling. We're also at this moment, I will point out, we have been accepting waste from our neighbours during this flood period, and you know that is the right thing to do, and we'll have arguments with Welsh Government if we need to about that later, but we have certainly, for example, let people from Crickhowell who found themselves in a desperate situation to come and use our facility, for example, at Llanfoist. I would like to ask Councillor Petruni, before he makes sweeping statements in this chamber, if he could just pick the phone up and get the up-to-date situation from me. You know, I'm just on the end of the phone. Just call me and I'll give you the latest situation, and you know we'll avoid that. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Cross-chamber banter. Thank you. The next councillor to speak, Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to clear one point. When Councillor Murphy was going around going all the consultations, I went to 2 or 3 of them, and at no time did he say that 2% was definite. That and several other things were put forward as possibilities if we really needed to use them. So I just wanted to put that right before from what the Labour said about it. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Now, clearly, I don't know if that is true, that the offer to talk to Welsh Government was declined by the administration for the Labour group to assist with that. I'm assuming it is, or I would have thought that Councillor Grocott wouldn't have mentioned it in the chamber. But to go to what Councillor Watkins said, and was reminded that there is also the Education Minister is a Liberal Democrat, that actually, why aren't we doing that? We are agreeing a budget which is currently a deficit. For us to go into the next financial year now starts us off in a very difficult position. We know that, well, we don't know, but I am certain that the adverse weather, the flooding, has cost this county an enormous amount. We've heard that there are these plans in place to look at how that will be supported by Welsh Government and the UK Government as we move forward. However, it will, even if we do get those infrastructure costs recovered, it will not backfill all the overtime and goodness knows what, I'm sure, that has gone into as the chair pointed out, excellent response that's happened. However, it will have a negative effect on this council and our ability to function. We are carrying enormous pressures in social care and children's services, and we cannot mitigate those pressures easily, or in the next 12 months, or probably in the next few years. So, you know, what are we going to do? It is this very serious question. I'm not suggesting but where I'm really disappointed to hear that if there were offers to present a unified front and go and negotiate, that was declined. I don't understand why that would be. I'm really, you know, trying to understand that. But in all seriousness, members, I do think, you know, it's pointless in criticising. Yeah, probably there's some things one could do a little bit differently, but actually we're in a position where there are very few places to turn. The one question I do have, and I don't understand this, we talk about the fact that it may be that we will mitigate some of that deficit position by using, so it's a question to Peter Davis, non-essential spend. So the cessation of non-essential spend. So I was just intrigued to know what that non-essential spend might be, given that I can't think of many things which would qualify as non-essential spend. Thank you.
Any other? Councillor John.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not quite sure where to start with this. I was very disappointed by the contribution of the Leader of the Opposition. We're talking about a budget with some £10 million worth of pressures, and he wheels out an idea that he aired last year that's going to contribute £200,000. That doesn't even begin to touch the sides. This is a budget which protects schools by fully funding all pay and pension increases at a cost of £2.9 million. We're continuing to prioritise offering children the very best start in life by protecting school budgets. We've turned around a proposed reduction of circa £800,000 to the school's budget. We've been very clear all the way along that this was something we did not want to do. When it first came out, we were very clear that cutting the school's budget is something we haven't done in previous years, and we were very clear we did not want to do it this year. The budget recognises demand-led pressures in additional learning needs to the tune of £1.5 million, and also offers children the best start in life by continuing to renew our school estate with proposals for Abergavenny and Chepstow, and continues to expand our primary provision, particularly in the Sevenside area, where we're looking to meet growing demand. And I'm going to be bringing forward a consultation, particularly on school place in the Caldecott area in the coming months. This is also a budget to invest in increased opportunities for physical activity, and also in light of the climate change emergency, so improving opportunities for both physical and mental well-being. Councillor Grocott was absolutely right that we want to protect locally accessible services, including through leisure and outdoor education. We're looking to build on the success of Monmouth Leisure Centre by renewing the other 3 leisure centres we've got in the county. We're bringing forward proposals towards the end of the summer. We'll be looking to make a final decision on Caldecott Leisure Centre, and certainly the current proposal is to introduce a changing village, sauna, steam room, improve the gym, spin studio, dance studio, introduce soft play, beauty therapy in the cafe area. So significantly improving the opportunities for people to live a more active and independent life. And we look forward to improving Abergavenny and Chepstow leisure centres in due course. We're going to be supporting through this budget a number of sports groups affected by our adoption of the Ealing ruling. This was a concern that Councillor Becker raised at our January meeting. I have to say I am disappointed that the Welsh Government has failed to introduce a funding floor. I think, again, the significant and widening gap between the best and worst funded local authorities is particularly damaging. The fact that our neighbouring authority has had an increase of 5.4%, now leaves us still in the position where we're getting from Welsh Government about £1,000 per head of population, and yet we've got neighbouring authorities that get £1,600. It's on its way to being double what we get. And when you think of the additional challenges we've got in a large rural local authority, it is far more expensive to deliver many of our services in a rural area than it would be in a more compact county like Cardiff or Newport. So I do think we have to thank the leader for the robust representations that he's been making, not just to Welsh Government, but also to other local government colleagues. And a number of Assembly members as well have been making the case in Cardiff Bay for a funding floor to be introduced. Certainly Paul Davis, Darren Miller, Mark Isherwood, I've heard calling for a funding floor to protect councils like Monmouthshire and others that have been affected by what is a really unfair distribution. Welsh Government talks about equality of opportunity, yet they're making it very difficult for some authorities to protect school budgets. How is that offering equality of opportunity when some councils are in a better position to protect funding for schools than others? I think that is grossly unfair, particularly when we're seeing some local authorities building up enormous reserves, and yet they continue to receive some of the best settlements year on year. Yet Monmouthshire is consistently getting the worst settlement. Last year we had the worst cut of any council in the country. This year we've got the lowest settlement of any council in the country, and that gap between the best and worst funded council is getting wider and wider. Councillor Petruni talked about what Labour would do if they were in control. Well, there's plenty of evidence in South East Wales about what Labour-run authorities do. They close leisure centres, they close libraries, they withdraw from the Gwent Outdoor Education Service. They also consult on...
Just a moment, Councillor John.
Clarification, I didn't say anything about what would we do if we were in control. That didn't come past my mouth, we just made that up. I mean, we know we can't trust you, but...
Councillor Petroni, you have had an opportunity to speak. Could you please let others have...
Well, thank you for that clarification that you don't have proposals of what you would do if you were in control. They also propose putting up council tax by 7.95% and then put it up by 6.95%, despite having received far more in funding than we get per head of population. There were also, I wanted to pick up on the point Councillor Thomas made about offering loans to schools. We recognise we have got a number of schools in a deficit, and we are working with them closely to improve their position and to put recovery plans in place. But there are a number of schools that we've been working closely with that want to make further investments in, particularly in English and in maths, and we don't want to prevent those schools from making those investments simply because they're currently in a deficit position. So that's why we've been talking to them about offering a loan facility, which will enable schools to make those necessary investments at this stage, so they can continue to invest in improving standards into the future. That's really important. Our youth service was mentioned by the opposition. We're really proud of our youth service, and I'm particularly proud that we've continued to protect funding for it, because we recognise the excellent work that it does in supporting young people. And I'm also very clear that we are committed to our outdoor education service. All the other local authorities in South East Wales have withdrawn from the Gwent Outdoor Education Service. There were three outdoor education sites that were run by the Gwent authorities. We've now got 2 sites being run by one authority. If we are really committed to outdoor education and we want to make it more sustainable and we want to invest and improve those facilities, then we need to have a discussion about whether 2 sites is the most appropriate future for that service, or whether we would be in a better financial position to invest in improving facilities at 1 site. That's a conversation we should be having as a responsible authority, and that's something we're going to be looking at over the coming months. So I'm really pleased that we're putting forward a budget that protects young people, that enables young people to access opportunities and enjoy the very best start in life. I also want to pick up just briefly on the point made about recycling targets. And the Welsh Government's recycling targets are ridiculous in many ways. We took the decision the year before last that we no longer wanted to serve children milk in 3rd pint plastic bottles. We were getting through about 500,000 of these individual plastic bottles a year in the milk that we supply to schools. So we took the decision that we would go back to glass bottles provided by a local dairy. So we have significantly reduced the amount of plastic that is going through the system. But of course, we get penalised because we're now recycling less plastic, because we've made the responsible decision that we're going to move to glass, which is more sustainable. Welsh Government really need to look at those ridiculous targets, because they really discourage local authorities and others from making really sensible decisions which are going to help combat climate change. But in conclusion, this is a really strong budget. I'm really pleased that we were able to drop the 2%, and I'm confident that this will continue to offer children the very best start in life in Monmouthshire. Thank you.
Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I first of all thank Phil for leading us through the budget process once again, and to all of our staff in all of the departments for a tremendous effort. And it does get harder and harder each year. And, you know, so big thank you for what you've done, and to get us to this point, and Phil, for your interaction with the many communities and the various meetings you've taken out, and to be as open and upfront about this budget process as you possibly could be. I hear Martin say about showing us the books. There's nothing hidden in this authority. You can find everything here if you just know where to look for it. Councillor Batruni talked about us playing politics and things, and I thought, well, Struth, I think we just experienced and saw party platforming and party politics being played out perfectly by yourself. And I thought it was it was another pretty pathetic effort this year of trying to present an alternative budget. Well, it wasn't an alternative budget. There was one recommendation which you must have known wasn't getting any support, because you had the same answers this year as you had last year. I think it demonstrated quite clearly, and some of the points that have been made, why it would be very dangerous to let any of your team let you have access to the reins of this organisation. One of your most capable members, Alan, saw the light, and I can see why he moved to the back of the chamber. However, let's just reflect a little bit more. Can I also thank cabinet colleagues? I think Councillor John captured very well some of the issues around education. And I'm not going to play back to the cheap jibes that Dimitri was pointing at me personally, because I know what I do, and I know what I've been trying to do desperately again and again. Only well, it'd be 3 weeks ago, I sat in that forum, and I sit in the forum. I'm not a member of the distribution subgroup. I sit in a forum of local councillors made up of majority of your party, to be honest. And I sat there and I made a case again for Monmouthshire to Rebecca Evans, the Minister for Finance, and to the Minister for Local Government, Julie James. And I shared with them that if they were in my position, they would be making the same case to me as I was. This council is one of the best run councils in Wales. It's one of the most efficiently run councils in Wales, and it satisfies the expectations in all of the ways. I've got no concerns about this council. It operates really well, and I shared that with the Minister. Yet the Welsh system, I described it, the Welsh system, I said, Minister, the Welsh system that you preside over would see an authority that is doing everything well as it possibly could do with the resources. You'd be happy and content to see it drop off the edge, and authorities like it, because you will not address some of the massive issues around distribution of funding in Wales. And they won't do that because they don't want to upset the many Labour-run councils, large councils, who would be losers if that formula was reviewed and distributed fairly to the likes of us. There's got to be something wrong with the formula. Now, it may have been appropriate 15, 20 years, but it clearly isn't appropriate now. It doesn't recognise some of those pressures that we've seen, and Penny's talked about many times, of the Asian population and the cost around that. It does acknowledge monies for perhaps children joining the system, which is great, but it doesn't recognise other demographic pressures. It doesn't recognise the unit cost of delivering services in a large rural authority like ours. Yet I make these points again and again, and I get shot down, often by your own party. They won't let this distribution formula be looked at. They won't sanction that piece of work. You can act, if you want to act like that, that's fine, but it's pathetic. They won't sanction this piece of work. They are content to see things go as they are. And it cannot be right, can it, where a distribution formula can give an uplift of 5.4% to our immediate neighbour, probably giving them somewhere in the region of £1,400 or £1,500 per person to deliver services against our 1,000. At the same time, well, they've still got £105 million worth of usable reserves in the bank. How can it be right that authorities further down the valleys are still able to accumulate reserves in the realms of £700 per person per capita? That's what their reserves equate to, when ours actually equate to about £150 per person. There's something wrong which allows that to keep going.
Could you try again?
Couldn't agree more, Chair. Couldn't agree more.
Even Siri recognises the problems I have in getting my message across. Because constantly I make those messages and nobody's listening. So then nobody listens from your side of things. However, there is a growing groundswell of rural authorities who are starting to believe this is so totally wrong. Welsh local government are now starting to listen, and I've been frustrated with our association in not recognising some of the calls that some of us have had, even if it's only to prove to us that things. Only to prove to us that we may have things wrong, but I don't believe we have. There is a significant issue here which needs addressing. And let's just talk about the monies which have flowed through. Wales government haven't done us any great favours this year. Okay, there was a 4.3% uplift across local authorities, right? We hear that, we've made the point about the, in fairness, 5.4% against our 3%. But let's get it clear, right? UK government passed on £600 million worth of additional monies to Wales government this year. The WLGA took a lot of time to work out that the actual costs, the absolute evidence-based costs that they've got with all of the pressures in social services and everything were £254 million. But your government, your Labour government, passed on £186 million, right? So we didn't get anywhere near with our 3%, nowhere near being able to service all of the pressures we'd already identified. Hence, we have to go back to our public asking for more council tax than we ever dreamed of having to ask them, because your government will not address the unfairness in the Welsh system. And this is something really, really serious. And you challenged me because I didn't accept your offer of support last time. You don't need to offer your support to me. Go and talk to your colleagues. You meet with them regularly. Talk to the colleagues. Talk to your colleagues and ask them. Ask the leader of Torfaen, the leader of RCT, the leader of the Vale. Ask them to come together. And what did they say? No, we're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They won't do it. So, Madam Chairman, we're in a really difficult position. We make the very best of the resources we have in this organisation, and I thank Martin for the comments he made about actually retaining services. It's really important, has been for us all the time, so that we didn't want to cut anything away, because when things do start flowing again, hopefully they will, we want to be able to replenish some of those services which are working on really on tight lines at the moment. So, Madam Chairman, it's with a heavy heart that we are proposing the council tax level we are within the budget, which is 4.95% this year. It is a really heavy heart, especially when I see authorities with such massive reserves managing to, some of them are still putting huge council taxes up, but some of them going out to consultation with large council taxes and then slashing them right to the bone because they've got plenty of money to do it. But we are where we are. We'll carry on championing the case for Monmouthshire. Hopefully, at some point in the near future, we will get some traction on this bigger picture and bring some fairness back to the local government family in Wales. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Can I have two more members who have indicated they wish to speak, and then I think we've discussed this quite fully. I hope that they will have something new to add, and we're not going to hear things repeated. I all means agree with what people have said, but please don't repeat it all again. And allow two more members to speak, and then invite Councillor Murphy to sum up. So, Councillor Roger Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, Peter. How many times have I heard it, Peter? How many times have I stood up and offered our help from this side of the chamber? Because if it is true that residents of this county are being done down by the Welsh Government, then we're not happy with that. Why should we be happy with that? We should be going with you down to Cardiff Bay and shouting our heads off, and we're quite willing to do that, and we want to do that. The Welsh Government just gets blamed all the time, but never do we hear, we just said with heavy bleeding hearts, we've got to put up the council tax by 4.95%. because of what the nasty Welsh Government has done. No mention whatsoever of how many billions has the national government taken out of local government in the 10 years since austerity. Do we ever mention that? Nothing to do with the national government. It's all down to that nasty little bunch down in Cardiff Bay. And, if you keep taking that attitude, it's no wonder we stand up at this side of the chamber with incredulity at times with what you're saying. Once again, I repeat, if we feel we're being done down, and it's been mentioned every year in the 16 years that I've been here, how badly we are done by, why on earth haven't we done anything about it by now? You've been in government up in Westminster for 10 years. You've had an MP in this county for practically evermore and an AM. Yeah, just think
just
about
a moment,
that.
Councillor
Just
Harris.
think about it.
Could I just have your
Thank you,
attention,
Chair.
please? It would be very helpful if you didn't talk while members are talking. You interrupt the flow. Thank you. Councillor Pavia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's tough as a councillor from any political colour to increase council tax. And as a Conservative council, it's even more of a challenge, I think. Some might say it's an esoteric challenge, but it is a challenge. But the fact is 40% now of our council tax funding base is taken from council taxpayers, one of the highest in Wales. The pressure on individual households is very real. You know, I get that, I understand that. You know, I'm from a very tough neighbourhood in Cardiff, and I understand the pressures of council tax payments. It's fundamentally unfair, and I think it's fundamentally unsustainable. The public level of tolerance for council tax increases moving forward, I think, is at its very limit, and the system has to change. But I think fundamentally, and initially, I think the formula has to change. We haven't had a review of the funding formula in 20 years, despite what the Labour group have said. It's due for a renewal, and I would urge all members here that the Economy and Development Select Committee is hosting a workshop with the WLGA on the 31st of March, the afternoon of 31st of March, and we're going to go through the funding formula and start to unpick it. So as a council, and you know, I support the Labour group, coming with us down to Cardiff Bay if that needs be. You can understand the pressures, that the leader's doing what he can at the board level. But if you want to understand where the pressures, we can leave an additional pressure with Welsh Government, then be there on the 31st of March, and we can start that process. The key problem, I think, for many residents is they only see the direct public services that affect them. Most of the time it's waste, recycling, conditions of our road network, street cleanliness, and library and leisure services. Sometimes it's education services, sometimes it's social care services. But it's in those two areas, particularly social care, where the fundamental pressure lies. And I was fortunate to be at the spring seminar of the Association of Directors of Social Services this morning. And despite the upbeat presentation given by Professor Michael West from King's Fund about creating compassionate leadership in social care, while I think our leaders are optimistic, there is a fundamental crisis. There is no doubt about that. There is a crisis. There's a crisis in funding, and there's a crisis in our workforce, both in terms of recruitment and retention, and that's right across Wales. So there is no getting away from that. That's beyond the boundaries of this authority. But I will say I don't think we do enough as an authority beyond our budget consultation process to inform residents how we spend their money throughout the year. And Councillor Grocott wants us to be more open and transparent about our spending. I think we should meet that challenge. I think we should pick up that gauntlet and look at how we can improve our systems to be more accountable to our citizens. And you know there are various deals and compacts around the UK, particularly in England, where authorities are working closely with other public sector providers, independent sector and third sector. One example in Wigan, the Wigan deal, which is very, very good. And you know it pledges the cooperation of all the sectors to come together for the wider good, for all those who live and work there. So I suppose it's the JFK motto about not what your county can do for you, but what you can do for your county. And we need to infuse our citizens. It goes beyond just the social capital and volunteering. It's more fundamental, I think. But I go back to what I said last year, and I think if the government is serious about delivering on the future of healthier Wales, on prudent healthcare, keeping people out of hospitals, keeping people more independent in their communities, and that's where the fundamental pressures lie within social care. It's about giving us, the sector, the tools and resources to do the job properly. And you know, I understand Welsh Government giving money to the regional partnership boards to strategically shape commissioning of complex services and high-cost services. I understand that. But there is fundamentally a governance and accountability deficit at the moment. A huge amount of public money is going into the regional partnership boards, and you know the scrutiny about how they spend that, you know how we as an authority get to bid on that with our health board colleagues needs to be looked at. So to conclude, Madam Chair, despite the 3% settlement, it is probably the toughest budget round that this council has ever seen, and no doubt will be publicly vilified for the increase. But you know, as civic leaders, we need to radically change the local government dynamic and how it's funded, because I think council tax as a service charge has had its day. And I hope all colleagues will be able to come on the 31st of March, and we can start that process together as a collective. Thank you.
Councillor Murphy, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I made copious notes as we were going through it, everything everybody else has said. But a lot of it's been covered, so I won't go over that again. You'll be pleased to hear. And I'm only going to comment on this budget because we had a lot of straying into policy stuff that wasn't really covered in this. So a couple of points. Yeah, I absolutely acknowledge the fact that we had £4.8 million more than we originally thought we were going to get. But we seem to have forgotten the fact that we had £11.25 million worth of pressures. So it didn't really get there, did it? With regards to the ISB, there was a considerable amount of work that was going on all the time to find sufficient grounds for us to not go ahead with that. And schools have had a 4.8% ISB increase overall as a result. As I said, I'm not going to repeat what various other of my colleagues have said, just to reiterate that we will be very carefully managing this year's budget, and there'll be full reporting of any problems as they arise through outturn reports to scrutiny committees. So just to sum up then, we are proposing an increase in council tax, because this is the council tax set in session, of 4.95%, regretfully.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. It has already been seconded, I believe, by Councillor Greenland earlier. So we will put this to the vote, the recommendations en bloc. And all those in favour? Can you put your hands right up clearly so I can click? Is that easier? Those against? Any abstentions? One abstention. So that's been approved. Thank you all. So we now move on to the Treasury Policy and Strategy, item 7 on the agenda, 2021. Councillor Phil Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And the purpose of this report is to agree the 2021 Treasury Policy and Strategy for officers to follow. This is to ensure that an appropriate level of care is taken of the authority's funds and that a prudent budget is set to cover these activities. So the recommendations include that the Council approves the proposed Treasury Management and Minimum Revenue Provision Policy Statement for 2020-21, proposed Treasury Management Strategy for that year, including the investment and borrowing strategies together with the Treasury limits, and to approve the prudential indicators. And that the Council agrees that the Audit Committee should continue to review the Council's Treasury activities on behalf of the Council by receiving and scrutinising the mid-year report and year-end reports, and also scrutinising the Treasury policy and strategy before passing to Council for approval. Madam Chairman, this is the report that always follows the budget. There are no significant changes from the report given in previous years.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Do we have a seconder for these recommendations? Thank you. Who would like to comment? Councillor Petroni.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The strategy does not take into account, as far as I can aware, of what's happening to the markets around the coronavirus. To what extent are you confident this strategy will cover this issue, actually, a major issue that could last for years, certainly over the next few months, where the stock markets are in chaos, companies are literally going out of business. And this seems a bit of a run-of-the-mill Treasury strategy without taking into account the context of what it's being presented in.
I'll invite more comments now, please. And Councillor Murphy could answer the questions when he sums up at the end. Any more comments? In that case, I'll invite Councillor Murphy now to sum up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know whether any officers want to comment on this. Peter might want to from a Treasury point of view. And Julie may want to from the fact that she chairs the Coronavirus Committee, although possibly you want to dodge that one, Julie. Yeah. We have a very, very flexible management strategy here, which is very carefully scrutinised and advised by Arlene Close. We will obviously be given considerable weight to any of the effects of coronavirus. But as I say, it's subject to saying that. I'll let Peter come in if he's got any particular technical aspect of it that he wants to point out.
Peter Davis, Chief Officer for Resources. So just there's not much more I need to add to what Councillor Murphy's just touched on. Probably just to highlight, I guess, some of the response that we've seen in the markets this week and actually by major governments. So in terms of the US and the Fed Reserve, they've just looked to, in fact, reduce interest rates as a consequence of trying to, I guess, support the consequential impact that is seeing through on their economy or the impact that they may envisage that may be seen. So I guess from an environment whereby as a council we are a borrower, we try to look to keep our investments down to minimum levels. As a borrower, that is not an environment that causes particular concern in the first instance. But Councillor Murphy is absolutely right. We have all the necessary flexibilities inbuilt into our Treasury strategy, and we seek and secure our advice from our Treasury advisors, Arlene Close.
Thank you. Do you wish to add anything, Councillor Murphy, before we go to the vote? Right. So the recommendations on this report, 2.1 to 2.3, can I have all those in favour, please? That's unanimous. Thank you all very much. We'll take the next item, item 8, corporate planned mid-term refresh, and after this we'll have a break. Thank you, Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In October 2017, the Cabinet commissioned the development of a corporate plan which converted high-level political ambition into a tight, understandable, whole authority strategic plan. The plan drew on the political priorities articulated in our manifesto and the emerging Cabinet member priorities, challenges highlighted in the Monmouthshire Wellbeing Assessment. The refreshed corporate plan, which we have today, restates the Council's purpose of building sustainable and resilient communities and the 5 priority goals. Under each of these sits a number of programmes of work. There's 22 in total. The midpoint of the current Council's term of office presents the opportunity to take stock and identify whether any of those programmes of work needed to be amended. Some of the actions identified in the first document have been completed and are marked accordingly when you go through the 22 items. There have also been some amendments to actions and other new actions that have been incorporated. Climate change is a good example of that, as well as our commitment to redevelop our town centres. There's also, as you follow through the report, you'll find the full evaluation progress, which monitors our work against those objectives and goals. And you'll see there in 3.4 that there will be this will be made available for to scrutinise in June and July, and there will be an annual progress report presented to Council in September. This plan will discharge the authority's duty to produce wellbeing objectives and statement under the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and improvement objectives under the Local Government Wales 2009. If you go through the report, you'll certainly find there on page 11 of the report some of the positive things that we've managed to achieve already in line with those core goals, always focused on wanting to build sustainable and resilient communities that support the well-being of current and future generations. And it's worth just well, I'm not going to read them all out, Madam Chair, but if you go to page 74 on the pack or page 10 of the plan, you'll see the start of, under the goals of some of the key things that we have delivered, like such of the new school Richard mentioned earlier, and the leisure facilities, and many of the other areas of which we've been aspiring to make progress on. Not saying that we've done everything yet, but we plan to deliver on those 22 priorities, and there are around 80 schemes of work which are going underneath that to support all of those actions. So, you know, I hope members can see this is a really good document. It's a document which is easy to use, easy to understand, and it maps out our direction as administration. It's right and proper that mid-term that we just review it to make it relevant to some of the changes that this council has agreed and moved forward over the recent months. Madam Chairman, it's here before us for adoption today. I'm happy to pick up questions, or I know we have Matt Gatehouse here today who will also be able to pick up questions on the document. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder for the... Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Petroni.
Yeah, thank you. Contrary to Councillor Fox, I don't know what document he's reading. It's impenetrable in terms of truly understanding how the authority is performing. If it's a refresh, I don't know how we can tell if it's a refresh, or how he can tell where he's failed, or this administration has failed or succeeded from the corporate plan performance measures. If you look at that document, I've tried to reread it. The arrows, you would think, intuitive, if you start reading it, would indicate the trend of said measure on said point. But actually it just says direction aimed for. So it's just telling us what they hope to increase or decrease. It's not telling us what the trend was from the previous year at all. It just says that's what we hope. And then it says the latest, and then it just says a target. In some cases, it just tells us increase. So we get so for the top one, we get 75.4% target increase. What kind of target? Just increase. So we're at 75.5. Is that a 0.1% improvement? Is that sufficient? Is that what we're aiming for? How do I know that 75.4% it was an improvement last year, or did it get worse last year? I have absolutely no idea. And maybe Councillor Fox can enlighten me how we can tell from this document what performance measures, from this document alone, what performance measures we're doing well in, we're not doing so well in, we need to focus on. What's the point of an arrow telling us direction aimed for, rather than an arrow telling us what the trend is? That is far better, and it's informing councillors what the trend is, rather than the direction aimed for. Otherwise, the arrow is just going to always tell you want to increase and definitely decrease. Those arrows are never going to change, are they? If it's the direction you aim for, those arrows are never going to change, because you always want to increase something and you always want to decrease something. So what's the point of the arrow? Genuinely, someone explain that to me.
Councillor Petroni, have you actually finished with your comments? Because I'm going to ask Councillor Fox to answer the questions at the end. Okay? Anybody else wish to comment? Right, in that case, I'll ask Councillor Fox to sum up and answer the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll invite perhaps Matt to just reflect on our evaluation framework there. But there is nothing wrong to strive for continuous improvement. And that's something that we always have done in this organisation. Why do you want to limit yourself to a target? You just got to keep pushing forward. But I'll invite Matt to give some rationale perhaps around the evaluation framework we have there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to be clear on this, as Councillor Fox mentioned in introducing the report, this is a forward-setting piece of work. It's not the monitoring report. Council receives a detailed monitoring report on its improvement objectives, on its goals, in September, October each year. We also take a progress report through the select committees in June, July each year. That's where you see the detailed update on performance. There are a couple of pieces in this. Midway through the document, you'll see some sort of bright boxes which just give a few headlines, just to give an indication of progress because it is a mid-year update. The document at the end, which is an appendix to the report, is there just to give a little more detail, to give a sense of the measures which are used as part of that fuller evaluation. The arrows are there really because it's not always apparent to members of the public when they look at some of these technical performance indicators where the good is up or where the good is down. So the arrow is there just to give a broad indication to the public whether we're looking to move a number up or move a number down. But just to stress, this isn't intended as the full evaluation of the corporate plan. That's something you see a separate report on. And we also have sort of more data items available which are brought through to sort of various select committees throughout the year that touch on progress in the corporate plan.
Thank you, Mr. Gators. Councillor Fox, would you like to carry on summing up?
No, I think Matt summed it up really well. Thank you, Matt. And I just move the recommendation, Madam Chairman.
Can we take a vote on that one then, please? All those in favour? All hands up clearly. All hands up clearly, thank you. Anybody not in favour? Abstentions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abstentions. That's clearly been carried. Thank you very much. I now propose that we have a break for 10 minutes. Thank you. 1 minute, please, members. 1 minute. Would you take your seats, please, members? Thank you very much. We can recommence now. If I could just point out that we have an urgent budget decision to be made during this meeting, and it's going to come before the LDP, item 11. It's been emailed out to you. The paper's been emailed out to you as we speak, if not already. But there are paper copies available here if anybody would like to come and pick up a paper copy from Wendy in readiness for this item. You look... Absolutely.
Apologies, just to explain, this it's an urgent report as a result of a budget decision made with regards to the flooding. So it's not a decision per se, it's just an urgent report required to catch up in accordance with the Constitution.
Right, we're at item 9 now, members. Strategic Equality Plan 2020 to 2024. Councillor Sarah Jones, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council, I'm pleased to present to you today our Strategic Equality Plan. This is a plan that covers a period of 2020 to 2024, and it forms part of our statutory requirements on us as a public body under the Equalities Act. But very much and quite clearly, the contents within this document is a part of our day-to-day business, and it's all part of our objective to build strong and resilient communities here in Monmouthshire. Now, I am passionate about equality and diversity, and I don't just mean in terms of my role as a county councillor. Of course, that is fundamental to what I do. But in my role as a mother, in my role as a community campaigner for better mental health services, in my role as a volunteer for Community Sports Club, in everything that I do, I try to ensure that all individuals have equal opportunities to play an active and fulfilling role in society. And I truly believe that every person in this council chamber, not just myself, is also committed to valuing and making the most of the abilities and the contributions of everyone in our community and society, whatever their age, their gender, their race, their sexual orientation, or any other characteristics that make us up who we are. And I'm sure everyone here today will be behind the objectives, the 6 objectives that are within this Strategic Equality Plan, because they undoubtedly have the opportunity, the potential to make our communities a better place for us all. Now, in terms of preparing this plan, to give you some assurances, I met with representatives of the Equality and Human Rights Commission alongside other officers on several occasions, and often these were proactive approaches by ourselves so that we could try and identify the issues that were most pertinent to us here in Monmouthshire. And it was very much welcome to hear their positive feedback on the approach that we've taken to addressing issues around equality. In addition, the development of this Strategic Equality Plan has undertaken extensive and lengthy public consultation We've received comments and we've reflected on those comments from organisations such as Gavo, 50 Plus Forum, Access for All, the Monmouthshire Inclusion Group and also the Monmouth Visually Impaired Group, amongst others. In addition to this public consultation and consultation with groups, we've also undertaken pre-decision scrutiny, and that's taken place at the Strong Communities Select Committee, chaired by Councillor Dimmock, and has resulted in the inclusion of some additional evidence. For example, you'll note in the report today that there's a specific action on homelessness, specifically around the lack of accommodation and support for young people with complex needs. But members, it's important to recognise that not all homelessness activity, for example, will sit within this plan, as we already have an existing strategy, a Gwent-wide strategy, that's looking at addressing homelessness. And that is the case for many of the objectives and measures within the strategic document. You're not going to see that level of detail because this is very much about setting the objectives, and behind that are the strategies and plans in place to make the activity happen. You'll also note that the Strategic Equality Plan and its 6 objectives are clearly aligned with our Council's social justice strategy. Indeed, it's through the Social Justice Advisory Group, which I know a number of you will sit on, that we propose 2 specific task and finish pieces of work, one around hate crime and one around disability, and that's been born specifically out of the Social Justice Group, and it reflects and supports the work within this plan. The strategy itself doesn't include, as I said, all of our activity relevant to each objective. The focus is on key exemplar activity that's linked to the Is Wales Fairer document, the document that EHRC uses. The expectation is that a wide range of other activity and wider policy development will take place and will support the objectives within this plan, some of which will be captured in our annual monitoring reports. Just to give you some ideas of some of the activity we're involved with in terms of delivering on these objectives and some of the short-term activity that's happening at the moment, on the 26th of March, you've all been invited to, alongside other members of the Public Service Board, to a conference to look at poverty, inequality and inclusive growth. Ahead of this session, I've also asked officers to to undertake additional work to understand how different measures of poverty, for example, can be applied to help us understand the issue. Following this event, we are going to be bringing forward a revised Tackling Poverty Action Plan that will sit underneath the Social Justice Strategy and the Strategic Equality Plan. That's going to come forward to the next Strong Communities Select Committee, or rather the one on the 23rd of April. And just to make members aware that that plan itself will include our council commitment following the last council meeting to lobby Welsh Government for an income inequality grant. In terms of evaluation and monitoring and performance of this report, well, as I say, Strong Communities Select has a key role in this regard. It will examine the monitoring report of the plan. The first 2 strategic equality plans concentrated on getting the foundations for equality and diversity in place in Monmouthshire. And having done that, this version that we have today, it utilises comprehensive evidence to enable officers to make a real difference to people across the county with protected characteristics. The subsequent monitoring reports will be presented in a timely way to enable the Strong Communities Select Committee to scrutinise progress. And these reports will demonstrate our progress against the equality objectives and include all the additional work that we undertake to meet our requirements under these. So, members, in conclusion, Monmouthshire, as we all know, and we've heard earlier today, the lowest funded local authority in Wales, and we have to make difficult and often very hard decisions. And the key to success is going to be doing that without adversely affecting some of the most vulnerable in our society, or those with protected characteristics, as has been highlighted today in debate. It's also going to be about exploring new opportunities to address inequality in our communities outside of the funding constraints that we face. This plan, together with our social justice strategy and also our revised Tackling Poverty plan, which is coming forward shortly, demonstrates this council's wholehearted and unambiguous commitment to fairness and equality for the people and communities of Monmouthshire. And so I commend this strategic plan to you, and I thank our officers, Alan and Matt and the rest of the team, for all of the work that they've put into this.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Feakins, thank you. Right, who would like to comment? Councillor Petroni?
Maybe I'm the only one that reads these documents. Everyone else seems to have lost their tongues. I'd like to thank the Cabinet member for her words and for reflecting on the comments I made at Strong Communities. First, there was no mention of homelessness, so I appreciate that being added. I do have a question on that, though. It mentioned FEDIP and an anti-poverty plan, which had been long abandoned, and that's been got rid of, so I appreciate that. and it had no mention at all of the income grant. So I welcome the words she did. So appreciate she's listening to what I said at that strong community select. A few questions though. All the words are lovely, but we need to see action. And this is, again, I hate it when cabinet members of all cabinet members, when they can give you a document and then they just caveat it with, oh, there's somewhere else in some other document we haven't cited for you that will cover that. That's not good enough. And so there's a few particular areas of concern. One is housing and the homelessness. And I was wondering why the focus on young people and not homelessness in general. Because if you look at our statistics around the homelessness and trend and age, I wonder if the cabinet member knows what age group experiences the most levels of homelessness in the county. I can tell you it's not younger people. I'll let her find out statistics herself if she doesn't know them. The poverty measure in there is, I appreciate the poverty we're protected in the protected characteristics, but what hasn't been addressed, which I raised at the select committee, is how we're defining poverty, which is how can you measure the impact of said policy if you don't know what poverty measure you are going to be using. It's a completely pointless waste of time. It ends up just being a tick box. She talks about it being defined. Well, then we need to get defined ASAP if you want to have it properly used in the equality impact assessments. Otherwise, it's just a simple tick box. Can she also ensure that all budget policies have the appropriate form when using the new protected characteristic of poverty? Because the other budget documents in February did not. I think only one from memory did. If she could make sure all officers use the new form, that would be fantastic. The big issue I have is the one on race and race-related issues. I met with Show Racism Red Cards, and they had some worrying statistics around race-related crime in schools, hate incidents in schools, and it was voluntary reporting from teachers, so it wasn't a kind of official report, but it was a survey of teachers within Monmouthshire, or actually across Wales, and teachers from Monmouthshire who gave their experiences of race-related incidents in schools, and there was quite a worrying trend in there, which I know all of us would share, including the cabinet member. And I liaised with them about this, the strategic equality plan, how we could improve it. And they highlight some good things to me that I hadn't really picked up on. One is there's no mention of experiences of BAME children at all in the document, given that they talk about hate crime in one action point, if my memory serves me, but hate crime, 79% relates to race or religion across Wales. And there's no, she talks about liaison with community groups. I can't see any liaison with that kind of, with the BAME community. And the incidences they're experiencing, even in our schools, let alone outside of schools. So there's no clear analysis of that. I'm told that this is very much a standard plan with no real specific enough evidence of actual barriers or issues on protected characteristics facing people in Monmouthshire. Not my words, other words. As one exclamation mark, not one mention of BME, BAME or ethnic communities in the whole plan, except for describing the Equalities Act. So there's some serious deficiencies in the strategic equalities plan, one of which is race, in my view, and it needs to be beefed up. And I know hopefully it will be after these comments, but we need to take this seriously. I remember last year and the year before that, I've been a councillor for too long now already, and every time I get told schools will have a better reporting of incidences, cabinet members are laughing at racial incident hates, that's good to know. Schools will have a better reporting system, and I know it's on here again, it's that schools have a better reporting system. Where is this reporting system? How long does it take to get an adequate reporting system of race-related incidents in schools? I'm told some head teachers do it, some head teachers don't. There's a kind of disparate analysis on this. You look at some of the surveys, the teachers are themselves not, I think it was over 60% of our teachers weren't sure of the procedure to report these kind of crimes, incidents. 60% from an independent survey, and that's not picked up. You would never get that from this plan. Completely glazed over. So we need to really beef it up on those areas. So condensing my points, can we beef up the race stuff in the plan, please? Why are we only focusing on homelessness on young people? It's a big issue, but it's not the biggest issue in Monmouthshire, which is interesting. When will we have a poverty measure? So can we have an effective way of analysing whether a budget proposal does have an adverse or positive effect on that outcome? And last but not least, the Audit Committee and the Audit Office said that strategic equality plans, the best ones, the best practice, have ways of looking at weaknesses within the plan of the previous plan. So there's like a juxtapose against each other. And rather than it being a synergy of the plans, what you do is you see what worked, what didn't work, what fell through, and then you have recommendations that directly address that. And this plan does not do that. So I was just wondering her views on that as well.
Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you. I'd just like to commend the Cabinet member, the officers and all others working tirelessly in this local authority to tackle inequality. The work we're doing with Armed Forces, Monmouthshire Youth Service, with the Diversity Festival, my mates, the work Mark Foster's doing with the Disability Sports Wales, the list is endless. This is not a standalone piece of work, as Zara said. And one thing I will say is more value comes from collaborative working. Our Cabinet members reached out a number of times for contributions. And I think if we're talking about inequality, maybe we can abstain from referring to women as she in this chamber.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points. Obviously, it's always good to see, good to hear the Cabinet member talk about inequality and her passion for addressing inequality. But I found this document very difficult to follow in terms of the actions that we're taking and then the outcomes that we're seeking. So I'll just give you a very quick example. I think if I could go through the whole document, but I think the outcomes seem very process-focused rather than quality-focused. So it might be helpful to have a further think about that. And I'll give you an example of that. So an action is to continue to pay the living wage to all council employees. And the outcome is those working in key sectors such as home care are less likely to experience in-work poverty. I couldn't make the link between continuing to pay the living wage and various employees in key sectors, because I think that the whole point is that people in-work poverty are paid the living stroke minimum wage, but they're still experiencing in-work poverty, not for all kinds of reasons, not just things like 0 hours contracts or whatever we want to call them, or contracts which have no firm tenure, which is very common. So actually that action would not necessarily lead to that outcome. And there are lots of examples of that. So I think, and the other point I just wanted to make was it'd be really helpful to understand how we will kind of try and monitor some of these actions against the outcomes. So whilst it's good to see that the areas, I don't think we would disagree with the areas covered in here, as feedback to the Cabinet member, but in terms of the detail, it looks to me like it could probably benefit from some of that collaborative work and I absolutely agree that the Cabinet member has reached out and invited members to contribute to various pieces of work, and I'm sorry that through time constraints I haven't been able to do a great deal of that, but we do plan to do some. But I think it would be better if we were much clearer about the relationship between what we're going to do and the benefits and outcomes for the people in our county. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Nobody else has indicated they wish to speak, so I'm going to ask Councillor Jones to respond to the comments and sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and remember everything, and if I don't, I'll come back hopefully to them. Just around some of the poverty points. I think the first thing to say is that we've included poverty as one of the indicators within our impact assessments. I think we might be one of the only councils, if not the only council in Wales to do that. We think it's coming anyway because of the socio-economic duty which Welsh Government's looking to bring in. So whilst I know there's been some discrepancies in terms of templates, that's something we innovatively, and using our own initiative, have brought into our own process to bolster and make them stronger around equalities and the poverty element of our impact assessment. So I think that's a real positive. In terms of the definitions around poverty, we've got this event happening on the 26th, which is going to flesh out what that definition might look like. But I think all of us agree that it's very difficult to measure and define poverty because there are so many facets of it. And indeed, it might be worth me just highlighting the Welsh Government's own approach to the Strategic Equality Plan, because they've gone out to consultation on their own plan recently, and they've actually said themselves that it's very difficult to define, and don't define it, and say there are various measures. So I think, you know, we're all in a similar place on this, and it's all about working collaboratively to try and find the best approach that works for our communities. And also just to say, I have looked through other local authority strategic equality plans. I haven't just done this in isolation, and a lot of them don't look to define some of these things, particularly as this isn't a poverty plan. It's a very important part of an equality plan, but we have a separate tackling poverty plan. In terms of the issue around racism, race hate crime, abhorrent in every single form, and I will passionately do what I can to stamp that out in our communities, and working, for example, with young people, with our Cabinet Member for Education, to improve any processes that are in place. But I do want to assure members that activity is happening. So this week I met with our Community Cohesion Officer, Shaz, who's doing some fantastic work in this area, reaching out to other stakeholder groups, because I know Councillor Petrucci, you suggested we weren't working with other groups. Race Equality First, for example, we're looking to develop workshops with them to address these very issues in our schools. So there is work happening, and I'm very happy to have that conversation and talk more about what we can do to challenge this, because honestly, if there's anything I can do to try and push this agenda forward, I certainly will, because I do not want to see this happening in our schools or anywhere in society. In terms of, you mentioned audit committee reflecting on previous reports, yeah, that's a fair comment. We can look to do that. And just picking up on Councillor Francis Taylor's point as well, we do annual monitoring reports. In those annual monitoring reports, we reflect on what we've done and what's worked well. Appreciate the point Councillor Taylor made around action and outcomes. And I think, yes, that probably can be bolstered. But as I've said, and I will repeat, this is very much about those sort of top-line objectives, and actually it's going to be about the delivery and the action. That's going to come in many of the strategies that we have in place. And that then takes me to the point that Councillor Petrucci made around housing and homelessness. And yes, it's, you know, I take your point, this focus in this is on young people, but that's because we have a Gwent-wide strategy to tackle homelessness. This can't pick up everything in detail. It's about the top-line strategic objectives, as we are required to do. I think I've covered everything, but just finally, I just wanted to mention the point, and I thank Councillor Dimmock for the points that she made. I've asked to reach out to every member in this room on numerous occasions, and that's been recognised by some of you. And indeed, some of you have taken that up. Just last week, I had a really insightful visit with Councillor Tony Eason, and it opened my eyes up to the challenges in his ward, and has made me think differently about things and how I can reflect on that in the next iteration of the social justice strategy. And because of that meeting, Councillor Eason and I are now working together jointly, cross-party boundaries, on issues around different issues for children and the Flying Start scheme. We've got a meeting next week. Now, every member can have that opportunity. You just have to drop me an email, pick up the phone, and address that issue rather than bringing it straight to the chamber, because I will work on all these issues with you collaboratively before it needs to get to this point. So thank you very much, and thanks again to the officers for all the work you've done.
Thank you. We'll now put that to the vote. We've had a seconder, so the Council approves the Strategic Equality Plan for 2020 to 2024. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you all very much. Item 10 on the agenda, Safeguarding Evaluation Report. Councillor Penny-Jones, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to bring the annual Safeguarding Report to Council today. As members, you'll all be aware that we take this business of safeguarding very seriously, and the ethos that safeguarding is everyone's business is a core value that underpins this report. The Safeguarding Service is concerned with ensuring that all aspects of delivery across the Council are able to demonstrate the cornerstones of safeguarding: safe services, safe workforce, robust protection and preventative approach, and an underpinning good governance framework. This report provides an evaluation of safeguarding activity. It provides where possible an as-is position. This is in recognition of the delay in getting the 18-19 report to Council. Originally expected in autumn 2019, however, the WAO announced a further safeguarding inspection, so we put it on hold. Then a late election caused disruption, and then the final report outcome from the WAO was received in February, meaning that this report comes much later than expected. The whole authority safeguarding group has evaluated the activity and the self-assessment which evidences good progress in most areas and an appraisal of what the next step looks like. These all form part of the safeguarding key actions for 2019 and 20. Our Chief Officer Julie Boothroyd, Social Services, is here, along with Head of Children's Services and Safeguarding, Jane Rogers, and they would, we will answer questions afterwards, but Julie would like to give a short report now, following mine. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Good afternoon, Julie Boothroyd, Chief Officer, Social Services, Safeguarding and Health. Pleased to bring this report before you today. I just wanted to add a little bit of context around some of the scrutiny that we undergo around this area of our work. I, as the Chief Officer with responsibility for safeguarding, need to be confident that the processes and procedures and our rigour and scrutiny is robust. I chair the whole authority safeguarding group, which obviously includes all the partners, all my chief officer partners. And what we're concerned with is ensuring that the 5 cornerstones of safeguarding are robustly implemented and that we can measure success against these. Safeguarding is always a work in progress. So even though there are some scores in this evaluation report that say 100%, that's actually great, but actually it's always a work in progress. I wanted to share with members as well that actually we've been under quite a bit of scrutiny in the last bit of time. We've contributed to the Estin inspection where we were sharing our approach, and obviously we'll await the outcome of that. We have had 2 focused inspections, 1 week after the other, one in children's and one in adults in February. And we've also been following up the WAO safeguarding of corporate arrangements, which we are now actually at the end of and has been concluded. And the actions that were outstanding, no recommendations, but a couple of actions have been, that are partially addressed, have been added to the action plan in the back of this report. I think it's fair to say that that significant level of scrutiny from both external bodies, but also the scrutiny and challenge that we give ourselves in this area means that actually I bring this report with a level of confidence about our arrangements currently. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Higginson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to table 2, the self-assessment scores as of March 2019. And I'm looking at the good governance, marvellous. Safe workforce, sorry. The April 18, March 19 is 3. And indeed, the safe services was 3, 17, 18, and is still 3, 18, 19. Appreciate that, sir. I just wonder what is the position now? Is it improved? Thank you.
Unless there are any other comments, I think it's best to leave the questions till the end. Thank you. Councillor Petruni. Anybody else wish to comment? Right. Do we have a seconder for this, Councillor Jones? Councillor Pratt? Right. Would you like to sum up and perhaps invite the officer to give answers to questions when necessary?
Happy to sum up. I'd perhaps rather have done it after the questions, but have all been answered because we're going to share.
That's okay.
Share the answers.
If you want to do that first.
But I'd just like to make a couple of comments. One is about self-evaluation amongst ourselves. I'd say we are, as a group, but certainly the team, is incredibly hard on itself. I mean, I will let them answer your questions, but basically it's 4 and 3, the reduction and the same, is because we are so hard on ourselves, because we're looking at something, because the process, I'll just explain to you, is that in one, the safe workforce, 4 to 3, is the fact that we are actually changing the process of keeping it all, let me just write it, I wrote it down, pooling all the information, that's the term I'm looking at. We've got all the information everywhere, but it's the actual pooling of all the information and putting it in one place in on a new data program, and it isn't completed yet. And until that is complete, although all the information is there, we feel that it shouldn't be as high as it was. So that is one reason why we have reduced. The safe workforce is very much the same. It's about safe services, sorry. It's about commissioning and ensuring that all outside bodies and services provided are on the same wavelength as we are. It's because we have high standards that we have been quite harsh on ourselves. But can I just pass this over now, the other questions, perhaps to Julie and Jane, and then if you want to bring me in, do.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Just to reiterate what Councillor Jones has said, yes, we are hard on ourselves. I think taking in a comment that Councillor Petruni made about the history, which I think is laid out in the report in terms of the scrutiny that we've been under series of WAO inspections. I think it is, it's one of those areas that actually we wouldn't ever want to go back to that place. But can I sit here and say nothing will ever happen again? No, I can't sit here and say nothing will ever happen again 100%. But I think it's important that members understand that the rigour by which we scrutinise and dig into some of this detail has probably evolved as a result of the learning from those previous inspections. I will just give one example of where this is being played out at the moment. We are taking a whole authority workshop approach in each directorate, digging into, as referred to in the report, the safe audit. So each directorate has to undertake its own safe audit. We are using those safe audits as part of a whole authority approach in a workshop to challenge really deeply, actually, have people taken this seriously, and have we actually explored all the pitfalls, if you like, that there may be around safeguarding. I think it's fair to say that we've all learnt a lot through that process, and it's something that actually has helped us identify further areas that we need to work into. So I remain very confident that that approach is actually serving us well. And like I said, not that we can always say that 100% nothing will happen. I think we are on the front foot and in a much better place than we were perhaps back in 2012 when the original work was happening. Just in terms of some of the other questions that required an answer, the Estin inspection, the report will be out on the 21st of April. The 2 internal CIW reports, they are not published, but we will obviously be sharing them with members and with Cabinet members. And the WAO report is actually out already, and the recommendations have been formed part of the action plan that we have here. I think that was it.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Shall I come back? Well, it just leaves me to thank everyone on the safeguarding team across all the directorates, because, as I said before, safeguarding involves everybody, and all directorates are now included in the process, which is such a good step forward. Improvements have been noted in the recent inspections across the board, with areas of good practice going forward throughout the council. So it's an ongoing position, but so far we are fairly confident that we're going in the right direction. Thank you.
We'll now put the recommendations to the vote. Oh, we're actually receiving this, so will members receive this report, please? All those in favour of receiving the report? That looks as unanimous. That's unanimous. Thank you all very much. Right, this leads us to the additional item, which was mentioned previously, the urgent budget decision regarding the flood recovery response. So, Councillor Murphy, please. Sorry, is it not you?
It can be, Chair. It was just that I wasn't expecting to do that.
Chair,
all right, we'll go to the officer. Shall we, Peter Davis?
I can go through the purpose and then and recommendation, hand back to Matt to give some deeper, or rather to Pete Davis to give some deeper information around it. So it's an urgent budget decision regarding the flood recovery response. And you'll see the report is being presented at short notice in accordance with the constitutional rules following an urgent decision to allocate funding outside of the budget framework to deal with outgoing recovery work following the recent flooding. That was done last week in conjunction with myself and the appropriate select chairs, and it was agreed that we needed to make a facility available for that recovery journey, and this report is here today to formalise that and to notify the council of the actions which were taken and the decision which was taken.
Would the Chief Officer like to add anything to that? Councillor, Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair. Leaders covered that very well. I think just to really add, I guess, just from a Section 151 perspective and, understanding the budgetary framework that we work within, this is abnormal, unbudgeted expenditure, and clearly what I wanted to ensure, and if we go back to Matt Phillips' comments earlier, and as acting as chair of the recovery coordinating group, I didn't want to hamper the recovery effort in any way. And to that end, in discussion with Matt, the recovery group, and as the leaders touched on, discussions with the leader and the respective select chairs, it was seen as prudent to make this provision available. But I do refer back to the point that Councillor Murphy touched on actually earlier in the council meeting when doing his address for the budget. This is still predicated on the basis of looking to secure full funding from Welsh Government. As to whether this expenditure will fall as being revenue or capital, that is as yet unclear and unknown. We will work that through with finance teams. So in terms of the provision that is being made available, that may well be a combination of either capital receipts or earmarked reserve funding, depending on whether it is in fact capital or revenue. But I'm sure members can understand the absolute need and requirement not to hamper this recovery effort. And to that end, the provision of £500,000 of initial funding was seen as necessary. Just to reinforce the point, that £500,000 provision is to deal with the urgent matter of the initial works that are needed. Matt, in fact, referred earlier to the much more extensive financial liabilities that will fall onto Monmouthshire and other partners as well, particularly Natural Resource Wales and others. Discussions are ongoing with Welsh Government, and we hopefully will receive some more further and more positive updates from them later this week.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Roger. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I notice there is, at the moment, 10 million on offer from the Welsh Government. It seems pretty likely that we as an authority, could use most of that 10 million. But I was reminded a few days ago that the Prime Minister said in response to various floodings that there is money
available, and if you want it, you should ask for it. So we mustn't just think that we're only going to be limited by what the Welsh Government can give. If we need it, we should be asking for it from elsewhere as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Eason.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Petruni.
It was just begged to move the recommendations.
Do we have a seconder? All right, then can officers, members indicate if they wish to note this? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Do you want to speak? No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're now going to move on to item 11, the Monmouthshire Replacement Local Development Plan Preferred Strategy and Revised Delivery Agreement. Councillor Greenland, please. We have members who are leaving the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before I begin, the report which we are going to be discussing was on the website, but there seemed to be a slight IT failure when it didn't come through on ModGov, and consequently, I think all members will now have, oh no, not yet, but there are copies of the report in hard copy if you haven't actually got it in front of you. On the ModGov site are the preferred strategy document, or the easy read preferred strategy document, and the delivery agreement as well. But I think Wendy is going to hand out the reports now. So that is the report that we are dealing with, but it won't come as a new document for you because it will be on the website.
Just for clarification, so this is the same document we can view online now?
That is the same document as you can view on the website, yes.
Should we just wait a moment while they're being circulated?
Oh, sorry, Wendy.
I think everybody's got a copy now. Thank you. So we'll...
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Greenland,
Chair.
thank you.
Part of our vision for Monmouthshire is, in fact, as we've touched on already in our corporate plan this afternoon, is that it will be a sustainable, a vibrant and a resilient county. But what does that mean? It means that communities can have a healthy and assured future here in Monmouthshire. It means that we will be living in a society where we have homes for everyone and well-paid jobs. It means communities where there's every prospect for our children to live and work in our county if they wish. But that's not where we are at the moment. We've got young people with families unable to move into their own homes, and they're often living with perhaps parents in quite tense situations. There are altogether 2,000 households in Monmouthshire who are on our housing list. 2,000 households looking to live in their own houses in Monmouthshire.
And we have people unable to find well-paid jobs in the county. 40% of our population work outside the county. And of those who work inside the county, they are amongst the lowest paid workers in Wales. We've got high levels of older people who are living in the county. Our median age in Monmouthshire is 47. And if you compare that to Cardiff of 34, you can see that the pressures on our county are great, especially when you come to the provision of social services for the elderly. One of the main tools that we can use to overcome some of these problems is the local development plan. And that is a plan which looks how we can use our land resources in the county. And in the case that we're looking at here, it's how we will use our land over the next 13 years. How many houses do we need? How many jobs can we reasonably expect to bring into the county over that period of time? Do we have the land in the right places for the jobs? And to address these growing problems, we need to replace our existing LDP. We need to rethink our strategy for the future. So it was, I suppose it was about 2 years ago that we agreed that we would start on this journey to replace our existing LDP. And since then, officers have been working, collecting data and evidence to inform the decisions that we will make and the choices that we have. And here I'd like to thank officers because the incredible amount of work that has been done over the period of time. Mark Hand, Craig O'Connor, Rachel Lewis, our planning policy manager, and the team working with Rachel have really been bringing together a huge amount of data and evidence for us leading up to this time, and they will have a lot more work to do after this. The framework for planning in Wales is changing. The Welsh Government published a draft National Development Framework last year, and that seeks to set an overall plan for the whole of Wales. I have to say that it was not very well received by numerous stakeholders. I myself attended a meeting with many representatives from other councils, and the amount of criticism that plan received from right across the board was quite enormous. It had been due to be finalised months ago, but that has now been delayed and is subject to continuing delays. I'm not sure of the date when it's anticipated now, but it will not come in time for us to wait so that we can go through our process of replacing our local development plan. Below the national framework will sit regional development boards, but planning boards. But again, they're not in place yet, and it'll be a number of years before they are. So at the bottom of the structure will be local development plans, and that's all we have to go on at the moment. Now, what we're doing today is the first formal stage of the LDP process. But as I say, a huge amount of work has gone in to get us to this position. In compiling the strategy that you've got before you today, officers have tried to keep it in line with what we think will be coming from the NDF in particular. For some reason, not known to me, Welsh Government have imposed on us a very tight timetable to get our LDP through the process. And if we are to do this, we need to crack on with our strategy now and not wait for the National Development Framework. In fact, we have already slipped a little in the time frame that we had originally set. And so one of the other things that we are being asked to do this afternoon is to approve the new time frame, which has slipped a little bit. To get to where we want to be, we need to agree a draft strategy for housing numbers and the land needed for job creation. And from here, it will go out for formal consultation for 6 weeks to stakeholders, and then return to us for further consideration of those responses before we make a final decision on our strategy. So here are the headlines of what we are considering this afternoon. And from the data and the evidence that has been collected, and a desire to create to correct the problems that I've outlined, to provide these extra houses for those that need it, and to provide housing and land for jobs that we believe are coming or can come our way, we calculate that from now to 2033, we will be needing approximately 7,500 houses. Already in the existing LDP are around about 4,000 houses. So we'll be looking, in addition to the ones that we've got in the pipeline at the moment, we'll be looking to provide an additional 3,568 houses. Now, we recognize that affordable homes are a priority for us. That is where we really need to be looking. And so of those 7,500 homes to be built into the future, we are looking for 2,155 of those to be affordable. Now, the majority of those will be for rent, but it is anticipated that 824 will be for immediate and low-cost ownership. So what land do we need for job creation in particular? Monmouthshire is well placed, as we all know, geographically, insofar that it is bisected by the M4 and the A449 and A40 going up north. The other thing which is clearly an advantage to us now is that we are east of the notorious Springglass tunnels. And with the abolition of the 7 tolls, we are a very attractive area in which to set up business, particularly so if you look at the rentals for business premises over in the west of England, particularly in Bristol, compared with the rentals that we have here. We also need to take into account that the City Deal is investing approximately £500 million into the southeast of Wales, and in particular it is looking to bring opportunities for new jobs in the tech sector in particular. And we are well placed to be able to accommodate new set-up businesses in that sector if we have the land in the right places. Land also which needs to be not just in the right places, but be what they term shovel-ready. In other words, land in which somebody can look to bring in a new business and to set it up in the minimum of time. Now, some people might believe that in taking this plan forward, we are going to damage the countryside, the landscapes for which Monmouthshire is well known. But I think a few facts might help us in that, in that direction. Actually, at the moment, 3% of the land in Monmouthshire is developed. Now, if you compare that to developed land across Wales as a whole, and that includes across Powys as well, that is 4.2% of the land is developed in the rest of Wales. And if you look at the land throughout the UK, 6% of that is developed. If we were to build the numbers of houses and provide the numbers of jobs that we are looking to provide, our figure of 3% developed land would go up to 3.4%. So that is not a lot, and clearly still well below the Welsh average and the UK average. This report that you see in front of you has two recommendations. The first one is to endorse the strategy that we've got, and you've got the Easy Read strategy in front of you, many of you have at the moment. And also, we are, as I said before, we're being asked to approve the timetable for submission to the Welsh Government for approval to that slight increase in time that we need. So I would commend this report to you members, and I hope that you will all be able to support us going forward into this consultation period.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Feakin. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. That was a very comprehensive introduction to the report by Councillor Greenland, and I am delighted to hear that this LDP is going to contribute to creating more sustainable and resilient communities in our county. Just two comments really from me. Obviously, I understand this is the headline preferred strategy. I had the opportunity to have a brief discussion with planning officers and the chief officer earlier, just around the whole way in which we've determined the sustainable settlements. So the appraisal that we've conducted and how we've effectively determined where the settlements are on a hierarchy. And I was just saying to him, it would have been really helpful if this had been available before the meeting. I think it's quite interesting and useful for members to have a look at. And for example, for me, you know, and I understand that all of the scores taken together are what has formed the view, but when we look at, so settlements are given scores depending on their community facility. So for example, and we had this discussion earlier, a child's play area or a springy chicken, you know, commands a point, but so does a library. Now, in a community, clearly, you know, all of those things are important, but frankly, I don't think that they're of equal weighting. And I know that there are different weightings, but I think there's something in understanding better how the settlements have been determined. Equally, if our plan is about genuine sustainability and resilience, we would also hope, sorry, it's 3 points, that the recent flooding would also very much inform our strategy going forward, and I'm sure it will inform some of the consultation responses that we receive. And I think it's useful for us to think about the fact that when we're looking at, so in terms of determining sustainability, it says that if we have got proximity to a town or local centre which is within 5 miles. Now, I don't know many people that walk or cycle or catch a bus 5 miles to get a loaf of bread or a pint of milk, potentially, but we're giving that top marks. You know, that gets the highest score. And if we are talking about sustainability, I just wonder how that stacks up. So I think those are really important things for us to consider in terms of the strategy overall. And the final point I wanted to make, members, I know we're constantly concerned around development of houses, development of employment land. But I think also that we should consider protection of some spaces if we are genuinely about sustainable communities that are for our future generations in terms of, you know, playing areas, outside recreational spaces, these really important spaces which, you know, are about community cohesion and sustainability and communities being able to, you know, to offer opportunities to a wide range of residents. And I also think that there are some things that we don't take into account in here. So I would just urge members, if you can get your hands on this, I think it's published today, to just have a look, just to see, you know, if you feel that you know, fits into the whole, plays into our whole discourse around resilience and sustainability. Thank you. I do apologise, but I did want to, I do have to go now, but I did want to wait to hear this item, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Infrastructure is key to any plans we have in our LDP, and I do fully support this report and welcome it, but I just wanted to update members here that on the 28th of February I met with Lord Terry Burns, who has been appointed as the chair of the South East Wales Transport Commission, along with the head of the Secretariat, Peter MacDonald, our leader, Assembly member and Chief Officer Francis O'Brien. Lord Burns set out the scope of the Commission and was clear that he did not want to compare to the proposed M4 Relief Road and instead wanted to focus upon what should be done to improve things. His work commenced in October and an initial report has been released in December, and you can actually access these reports you know, on the internet if you go onto the Welsh Government site. The current status of the work is that the team are analysing the traffic data, meeting all relevant local authorities and looking at previous studies. Lord Burns was clear that they want to support work that we are already undertaking and also wish to understand our work. They ask that from them to us is to confirm our priority transport schemes and projects. Officers are preparing all the relevant information for the Commissioner, and the leader and I set out our priorities, including Abergavenny Railway Interchange, Severn Tunnel Junction, Mega Walkway, declassification of the M48 and B4245. In addition, we need improved frequency on public transport on the current rail and bus infrastructure. So be assured that officers and I are doing everything in our power to find solutions that will work and be sustainable for the future. I was very impressed with Lord Burns' approach, and we look forward to his report in December, and in the meantime we'll be working hard with the Commission forwarding our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bertoni.
Thank you, Chair. I want to welcome the 50-50 split around affordable homes. I think that's to be commended. I don't often commend this administration for anything because they probably don't deserve it, but for this they do, that is a good step forward. I would urge again, though, on your inequalities assessment, you've got poverty, and you've said this impact is none of this strategy. So housing is central to any poverty in this county. It's the key driver for child poverty in this county, and it's reported as none. So if you could maybe recheck that. And again, there's no consistency on that. I do want to double check on the use of intermediate. As I understand it, it's not social rent levels, but it's below market value. And I'm wondering, do we need to think about that again and maybe split? Do we already split that up into social rent and intermediate, or is it solely intermediate? I was trying to read it, but there's so much documentation I couldn't quite find it. Because even the intermediate rate, and Bristol have found this, is still higher than many people's wages. And I suspect, given what Councillor Greenland just described about living in poverty in Monmouthshire, it'll still price out local people. So if you can give me clear clarification on the amount of social rent we will have, as opposed to intermediate rent, I would be great. Building what the Cabinet member said around infrastructure. Infrastructure is key, and I appreciate that there's a report coming, I believe, next January. I looked to the officer on this, around an infrastructure report about how infrastructure is going to follow housing, because if you listen to residents, that is the main complaint. Obviously get people go against housing no matter what, and that's their view. But most reasonable people say, I don't mind people having housing, but you don't put the infrastructure in to support the housing. and you name all the kind of infrastructure, just beyond public transport, everything else you will hear from people say. So for Chepstow, it's traffic. And it's just huge. Car parking spaces, even things like that. Adequate play areas, I think. Oh, Councillor Taylor's gone. Drainage, schools. The other one is flooding, and Councillor Taysha mentioned, a resident approached me and actually about a site in Caldicot, in the new site in Caldicot, which said that we have drainage tanks proposed for that site. They will fill up and then release into the Nedden. Given the route of weather we've had and rain we've had, and I've already told the officer this, that will add to the pressure, and in Castle Lee will have huge flooding issues if that estate releases that amount of water into the Nedden. Also around the current housing, in our budget discussion around second homes, which every other group rejected, is we have 600 empty homes already in the county. What are we doing to get them back into use? That's our own figures. 600 homes just sitting there. Now, for the vast majority, there's legitimate reasons, family deaths or whatever, but that's not for all of them, and we need to be on top of that, as well as building new homes. We need to get more homes into the system, and the history shows that we're poor at that. We're one of the worst local authorities at getting homes back into use. Of them, 160 are second homes. So it gives you an indication of some of the scale around this, concentrated and focused in rural areas. So what are we going to do now? That's the present issue, but what are we doing future-proofing around how many of these new flashy 50% market percent homes are just going to be bought as second homes anyway? Or for that matter, intermediate homes. How many local people are going to get involved and be able to access those homes, or become just a toy that people from elsewhere can just fill 20% of the time? Thank you.
Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Chair. I attended the workshop to discuss this LDP last week, and quite frankly, I was dismayed. I was dismayed at the idea that we're going to be putting forward 8,232 new homes. It doesn't matter that some of these are on already allocated sites. That's actually going to be the experience of our residents. They're going to experience over 8,000 new homes being built. I totally appreciate the desire to try and generate 4,695 jobs. But based on the last LDP, I see no evidence that this council is able to generate these jobs. In Caldicot alone, during the course of the last LDP, we lost a major manufacturing site in Tartar, relocating back to Newport. We're now just about to lose another employer in Caldicot, relocating to Swansea. We are not doing a grand job of bringing in employment into the south of the county. Therefore, I truly believe that the growth in this housing is going to be for commuters. They're going to be commuter homes that are built up. Now, based on the Easy Read guide, which is what I had to hand, I did some rough maths. There's 2,300 houses allocated for Sevenside. And then if you do the settlements and you split that by 3, that's another 1,500 for Chepstow. So that gives us 3,900 for Chepstow and the Sevenside area. That's 4,000 new homes going into the south of the county, based on the existing rough maths that I've had to be able to do. The demographics of population growth provided by Welsh Government show that we actually need between 640 and 1,536 new homes. So let's say 1,000, give or take, on that one. And you're proposing almost 4 times that amount to go into the south of the county alone. These will be way beyond the need of the people who are existingly living in Monmouthshire at the moment. Now, as anybody who lives in the south of the county can tell you, our roads can't take that sort of growth at the moment. We've had incidents on the Severn Bridge, which have meant the bridge has been shut. And as soon as the bridge was shut, our roads were basically a car park. My husband is a person who had to relocate from Caldicot to Newport along with Tartar. And he was sat in a car travelling from Caldicot to Mega for 50 minutes, then he turned around and came home again. And thankfully, the broadband works in our house, and so he was able to work from home. I had reports from many other residents who said it took them 2.5 hours to get to Newport, even longer to get to Bristol. The infrastructure is not up for it at the moment. So to propose this expansion of growth without having the infrastructure alongside is not going to be acceptable to our residents. And finally, and possibly the most important point that I have to raise, is that of climate. One site in particular, in relation to the Caldecott plan, basically completes the circle around a floodplain. We know that Caldecott Castle has designed, the area of the Nedden Brook is designed to flood. It has been flooded since the beginning of October. Last weekend, homes in Caldecott got flooded as well because the Nedden Brook couldn't take it anymore. The rainfall levels were just too high. We should not be proposing to build on the last amount of green land around that area. Instead, we should be figuring out what mitigation we put into the land. There are extra things we can do to the land in terms of planting things which will actually then allow the land to retain more moisture within it, retain some of the rainfall. This is what we should be looking at in relation to the area around a floodplain, not building more houses. Normal rainfall levels can be accommodated by infrastructure, tanks under the ground, as Councillor Batruni pointed out, as they are proposing within my ward. The abnormal rainfall levels, which are probably going to become the new normal level of rainfalls, have to start being counted into our planning. We have a responsibility as planners to make the right decisions. The decisions we make about where we put this housing, if we need to bring in this much housing, need to be taken very seriously because it will affect countless generations going forwards.
Councillor Howard.
If I was a conspiracy theorist, Madam Chair, I did wonder if Bob had disabled my microphone. But how nice not to be the first dissenting voice, and it might not come as a surprise that I don't like the preferred strategy, and there's 3 areas of concern that I'd like to highlight now. And the first of these is the number of dwellings, and I want us to meet affordable housing need that isn't reliant on market housing. But a sound strategy should also include consideration of what has happened in the past. 8,232 dwellings over 15 years means 548 homes each year. I can't think of any occasion where we've consistently achieved such levels of growth and we didn't even bring forward our own sites in a timely manner. There is little or no recognition of deliverability and past trends. The second issue is the emerging NDF, and it's a shame that the report couldn't have been delayed until it's published next month. Although it would still require ratification by the Senate later in the year, I believe October, I suggest that any alterations will be of a smaller scale rather than fundamental changes. I believe that the proposed growth strategy won't comply with the strategic direction of the NDF and what will play out on a regional basis. Mark has noted in correspondence shared with us that population projections are a starting point for LDPs. I think they're more than that. The top range of those projections, which includes demographic changes such as longer lifespans, suggests a growth in dwellings of 1,536. The preferred strategy proposes a level of growth 5 times greater than that. How can such a massive variation be considered seriously? I have seen little in the way of hard evidence to warrant such a deviation from these projections, which, like it or not, the Welsh Government requires us to demonstrate. I mentioned the regional picture, and members may be aware that other councils are preparing replacement LDPs. I happened to have a conversation with a policy planner who advised that 8,000 dwellings would likely be considered a high level of growth. That local authority area has a population 3 times the size of ours, with proximity and strong links to economic and employment centres and public transport, and will be at the heart of the South Wales Metro. On a regional basis, for us as a rural authority to plan for 8,000 dwellings and circa 4,000 plus jobs in a non-strategic growth area looks bizarre, and I think it will look bizarre to the Welsh Government, who will decide whether our strategy is sound or not. The third point relates to Growth Option 5A, which seeks to ensure an appropriate economic base for people to live and work in the county, to retain younger age groups and reduce out commuting. A great aim, but until this council has control of all of the levers, like some kind of Soviet state, this is pie in the sky. We have no control of the relationship between where people live, where they work, where they retire, or where and how they travel to and about their business. Even if we are able to create a background that would enable 4,000 jobs, there is no guarantee that residents of Monmouthshire would have these, save perhaps the lowest paid positions that wouldn't merit the costs of travelling from further afield. Employers want to fill positions with the best candidates, regardless of where they live, and the council is a great example of that. I also don't see any evidence before us that shows a direct correlation between housing growth and the number of jobs created over the last planned period. In fact, what Joe has identified is quite the opposite. It isn't just about the cost of housing, because if the cost of homes on new build developments in Cardiff and Newport are compared with those in Monmouthshire, the disparity isn't as great as might be thought. I hear comments, and have done in the past, about the average house price being around 300,000, but this in itself is misleading. Monmouthshire has a greater proportion of high-value properties, and it's not a direct comparison with, for example, the cost of a 3-bed detached house in different areas. One thing I am sure of is that building vast numbers of market houses in the county will not be of sufficient volume to depress prices to a level where they become affordable. But it will result in stretched infrastructure, congested roads and greater commuting, but not by public transport. Growth option 5A also seeks to address the unbalanced demographic in the county, thankfully not by disposing of older people, but again this is unachievable. Has anyone thought that young people might actually want to move away and experience life elsewhere, and that people towards the end of their working life might want to retire to a quieter life in the countryside? The problem is that this growth option seeks to buck the markets and the will of people, but has no tools by which to achieve such an aim. This isn't a criticism of the effort and toil of the strategic planning team, and I know the work so far will have been immense, but I suggest we're presented with the preferred strategy of a handful of other people, not the preferred strategy of the county of Monmouthshire. I believe the proposal before us is an unsound one, and I won't support it.
Councillor Becker.
Troublesome trio, eh? Yes, I mean, 50% or roughly of this housing within 10 miles of Chepstow doesn't take into account the thousands of houses being built just on the other side of the river in Gloucestershire. We can't take it. It's gridlock now. Our own study, the World Tag study, said that we would be over capacity on our roads by the end of last year. And I tell you what, we are. That study was correct. So this amount of house building in that area, yeah, I think that's already been covered. I would agree. We can't support it. But what I would say is that it's not just about the amount of houses that we're building, it's about the right kinds of houses that we're building. And I will just make a comment to do with the sustainability issues and what we can do with climate. We're in a difficult position. I have every sympathy for the planning team who are trying to put this together. But we've been given a set of numbers about houses, but no sets of numbers to do with what we want to do with the type of houses, really much of the employment information. But they've got to start somewhere, so I get that. However, we want to be able to control some of the quality of the housing in our county. I think we all agree about that. And right now, there is consultation going on the building regulations, Part L, which, for those of you who actually have a life and don't read things like that, are the regulations that would define what we can do in housing in terms of the amount of CO2 capture. That's at the very moment, and the Welsh Government's preferred strategy is to see a 37% improvement on our carbon targets for housing. Then there's a second option of 56% improvement. I'd like to know if we are actually consulting on this document, if we actually have an opinion, and is our opinion the 56% provision? And if we aren't, then why aren't we? Because the deadline's next Thursday. So yeah, we want to gain control of the type of houses that we build, and how we can best meet our responsibilities in view of the climate emergency that we have announced. So there you go. That's me.
Councillor Higginson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One thing I'm not going to be is a NIMBY. The point I want, a question I want to ask is, you talk about the land west of Carligot and east of Rocket. Is that your, could the planning officer indicate to me that's the old car yard planning committee went on a trip around by the Carligot halt?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Councillor Ingerson, talking about in the maps with the shading on, you talking about area L? It's the wider area that's shown. So the what's currently a green wedge gap between Roggett and Caldicott as a strategic growth option.
Yeah, I understand that, but we got the B4245 between Caldicott and Roggett. Are you talking about on the green belt either side of that road, or is it where we went with the planning committee some time ago on the old car yard, which is down by the Caldicott halt? That's the question I want to answer, please.
Madam Chair, at this stage it's not that specific, but it's the area shaded is the whole area, north and south of the B4245. We haven't got down to that detail of field boundaries or real site allocations yet. This is just very strategic options for growth. If you add up all those areas of land, it well exceeds what we need. It's just asking opinions on which direction could or should towns go.
Following on from that, is that part of the floodplain?
I think we'll answer that one then. We'll leave all the rest of the questions till the end, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, the southern end of that is part of a floodplain, but these strategic options are looking at all types of land uses, and developers or land promoters also have to factor in green infrastructure, suds drainage. So the entire area of a shaded patch may not actually be physical built development, but yeah, we're absolutely taking flooding seriously.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, we've got Mark here. I'd like to ask him if he'd be willing to comment on the new national statistics that most of us have had, or if not all of us have had in the last few days, particularly on the fact that according to those statistics, by 2033 we're going to have, what is it, 365 less residents in the county. You know, I seriously don't believe those statistics, but there we are. Maybe Mark can comment on that in a minute. Councillor Becker says we should take control of the building, or maybe, I'm not sure if he meant the building or the actual
more the specification
outline of the houses. We don't build any houses. It's developers that build houses, and we know from the last LDP that our attempts in particular to, and I won't call it affordable housing, I'm going to call it social housing, because that's what we really should be concerned about, with 2,000 odd families on the waiting list. We, in all faith, put forward sites where a certain proportion of housing is going to be affordable, and developers come along and say, yep, okay, we'll do that, thanks very much, and we give planning permission, and then they suddenly find that there's all sorts of problems on there that they can't possibly give us the amount of affordable housing. We need to nail down, if we're going to have a 50-50, we need to nail down that when we say 50-50, we mean 50-50, no ifs, no buts, and that must be an absolute central core of what we're going to be doing over the period. And we mustn't forget the infrastructure, I agree. But you know, to overcome the infrastructure problems in our old towns, I'm talking about Abergavenny, Chepstow, Monmouth, you know, they're old towns. To alleviate totally the traffic problems there would absolutely, it would just cost an absolute fortune, and it won't be done to the level that we all expect. So we mustn't get over hyped about that one. We need to take it into account, but you know, we ain't going to get all that we want. Same with public transport. We're not going to get public transport that's usable throughout this county, and if we keep on going on about it to our residents, saying it's going to happen, we're not doing them a decent service. So there's a lot of problems that we've got, but there's a lot of people out there that need housing, and I think Councillor Greenland summed up very nicely what we need to do, and I would like to agree with him there. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. I spent quite a bit of time this morning trying to support a young woman in my ward who has got a job that involves her working 12-hour shifts for not a great amount of money. And when she gets home, sometimes she has to work nights. She shares a bedroom with her younger sister, who is still at King Henry, trying to get qualifications. And to me, this sums up part of the dichotomy of what we see within our county. Because I've lived in Abergavenny for over 30 years now, and in that time, I've seen estates of big 3- and 4-bedroomed houses going up right around the town. I see the people who have always lived within the town trying to scrape by on jobs where the pay is well below the Welsh average. And the current LDP has failed dismally in trying to address that dichotomy. I feel it particularly strongly in my own ward, where 40% of the kids in the primary school qualify for free school meals, a figure that I know I repeat in this chamber over and over, because in the middle of our affluent county, we should never forget that we have a social responsibility to these families. And it's interesting to read in the preferred strategy that we now need an additional 4,695 jobs. It's good to see the broad brush approach, isn't it? 4,695. In a good year, it might be 4,696. But currently, we have dramatically failed to get anywhere near that amount. And particularly in the part of the county that I represent, there simply hasn't been the land available to create that amount of jobs. So what are we doing here? Are we actually just picking figures out of the sky and saying, that's what we need to create sustainable communities? Or are we saying, well, let's build 8,000 houses and we can have lots more commuters coming into North Monmouthshire? What we need to address right at the heart of this LDP, and it needs to be there in great big capital letters if we're going to adopt this preferred approach, is that side by side with accommodation for residents has to be employment for residents. And at the moment, we are failing dismally. We need to identify land where proper and sustainable jobs can be created. And we need, in terms of that young woman I was trying to support this morning, to create jobs where people who have traditionally lived in Monmouthshire can find accommodation, not people who have moved in to find jobs that they commute to on a daily basis. Now, in this chamber, during the time I've been on this council, several times we have spoken about the need to build our own houses. And I think that has to be a very, very central element of any new strategy. It is clear that the developers that have done so much building around Abergavenny are not going to build the sorts of accommodation to help that young woman I was working with this morning. At the same time, we are creating, in terms of the climate emergency that this council has acknowledged, more and more people driving out of Abergavenny, and it's not just Abergavenny, it's the other towns as well. So we need to actually take a long, hard look and be quite specific in how we drive a strategy forward. I would suggest to our planners that we need to move ahead with plans that we've started to talk about here, but no more than that, in terms of building our own accommodation. It's something that councils did for a generation or more. And many of us in this room now will have been brought up in houses that were built by our local authorities, and often they were damn good houses. So let's look to move back to that, to address that very specific need that we have in our county. The second thing is that in that we have failed to create many jobs within this county, even though we are saying there is a need for 5,000 new jobs. We need to be much more proactive in acquiring sites for industry and then actually providing the wherewithal and the structure to create those jobs in a way that we have not done so far. And thirdly, we need to directly look at ways in which we can limit and control the amount of outward commuting that is going on, particularly in terms of the climate emergency that we have created within this county. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Jones, Penny Jones. Thank you, Chair. It's just a quick question. I was just wondering if the number of outstanding houses from the last LDP will go forward to reduce the number on this replacement LDP. Thank you. Councillor Feakin.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to focus everyone in the room on what we've got before us. We've got before us our preferred strategy. It's our strategic options for growth. That's going to start with a vision. If you don't paint a vision, you can't build a strategy into that vision. We have an obligation to provide options for our residents, for our young children, for our old, elderly residents, for people who have been born here, for people who want to move to here. We need to set that vision, and we need to create as many of those options that we can. When we build houses, it will be almost an impossible task to, notwithstanding the affordable housing part of it, but it would be almost impossible to say that those houses are not for commuters, or to say that the people who are already residents in Monmouthshire, your children, that if they live in that house, they can't commute to Cardiff, that they can't commute to Bristol, that they can't commute to Hereford, they can't commute to Bryn Mawr. But we have an obligation to provide houses for our kids and our parents and ourselves and our brothers and sisters and everyone that comes in this area, to provide houses in this area. At the moment, we have got a raft of our youngsters are moving out of this area because we do not have enough houses. We don't have enough houses in this area because they're too expensive. The only way you can accommodate, or the only way that you can attempt to reduce the price difference in our county compared to the surrounding counties is by increasing the supply of housing stock. The only way we can increase the supply of housing stock is by building houses. This plan that's before us today is talking about 3,600 houses over the next 13 years. That isn't a massive amount of houses in our county. Nothing. Bob said that we're going to go up from 3% to 3.4% of our county will be built on. That's nothing in comparison to what it is in the UK. We talk about traffic, we talk about congestion. What we suffer in this county is nothing what they suffer in the southeast of the UK. Let's be realistic about this. If we want to keep our residents in our county, if we want places for our children to live, our grandchildren to live, if we want options and opportunities for our residents, let's build houses. The devil's in the detail, as it always is. That's not what we're discussing today. We're discussing a high-level strategic document about growth for the county. Let's keep our eyes on this for a second. Let's come back to the devil in the detail. Let's come back to the detail another day. Let's not get bogged down with that today, and let's move on.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you. I don't think people who know me will be surprised to say that I don't think I can support this particular plan. I think as Councillor Giles Howth has already said about it not matching the NDF, which basically doesn't see Monmouthshire as a growth area. The draft NDF, which is the national framework, sees housing in Newport and Cardiff and not in Monmouthshire. And the LDP has to conform to that. In terms of wanting young people to be here, my problem with that particular argument is that we say that there's a median age in Cardiff of 34 and our median age is 47. Well, we're not really comparing like with like. And if we compare them more with the rural authorities, such as the Forest of Dean and so forth, we'll find a similar sort of profile. We're comparing a city with a rural local authority. Plus in Cardiff, there's a high non-working student population, which makes a difference to their actual figures. And the whole demographic changes that are predicted in the whole of UK are that we are an ageing population. So I'm not quite sure where these young people are going to come from. And even if we do have the housing that's been mentioned, the problem is that we haven't got the jobs. So that the young people will leave to go to the city areas where the jobs are. And that's what the situation is. I can see that this plan is just a vision for Chepstow and the surrounding area of traffic congestion and more traffic congestion. No account has been taken of the extra housing that's being built in Gloucestershire. And one of the main problems in Chepstow is not just the traffic from our own area in Monmouthshire, but also from the Lydney to Chepstow zone, where there's a lot of houses being built, and that won't be solved by the issue until there's a bypass. And realistically, a bypass will take decades, I'm afraid. And, you know, people in Chepstow who live there have just about had enough. And this plan actually proposes lots of development around the High Beach roundabout, which is already highly congested. Changes to that roundabout may improve it somewhat, but it won't alleviate it entirely because you've got a certain volume of traffic going through there. And I can't see that the infrastructure problems are going to be solved in any way quickly. I'm very pleased to hear about Lord Burns looking at it, but there's a big difference between a commission and practical changes in actual road structure as such. And in the last plan, I didn't see major roads being built as a result of development, because developers normally try to minimise any assistance they can give with developing roads, because obviously the more profit they can get from houses, the better. So I'm afraid I can't support the plan as it stands. I don't think that it's got sound evidence. Edge Analytics produced another report for option 5A+, and that was actually, that hasn't been available. It's not even linked in with this report. And so we're not allowed to see that. But that's normally based on a statistical analysis. You know, you get a certain number of houses and therefore you'll get a certain number of jobs. Well, if that's the case, because people commute out, all I can see this happening is more houses for more commuters. And we've got an issue of clean air, and the fact that Chepstow is one of the most polluted areas, and I can't see that that's going to get any better. And obviously plans are supposed to be about people living in healthy places. Thank you.
I've got 3 more members wishing to speak, and then we'll go to the vote. Councillor Edwards.
Sorry, Chair, not the vote. We haven't had any of our questions answered yet.
The summing up. I'll rephrase that, the summing up and the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Well,
overpopulation isn't a problem in my side of the county, that's for sure, or commuting, but they do commute out. We were at Cross Ash for site visits on Monday, and it's classed as a main village. I still can't really understand that. We've got a school there, and I expect 90% of those children are bussed in there and taken into school and out of school every day. And they come as far afield as Raglan, Usk, because it's so spread, the population. It's about 12 miles across in my ward. And we do not get housing easily in my ward at all, not even for essential workers like farm workers. So, but there again, if you were there on Monday, you would see there is not even a pavement. I haven't got a shop in the ward, and yet that is classed as a main village. It is no more than a hamlet, but we do have a school. No church there. Although I have got 8 churches in my ward, but there's not one anywhere near that school. And I think the hierarchy of the villages are not really true. And so my ward, there are a lot of housing that are high on the market. I mean, there's some 1 million or more. But of course, those people generally use cars, perhaps 1, 2, 3, 4 cars some of the houses have got, and they commute out or maybe work at home. So they don't contribute then when they're shopping to do an awful lot in my area. And you go certainly more than 5 miles to get a loaf of bread. But at the end of the day, we pride ourselves on the rurality of Monmouthshire and how wonderful it is for tourism and everything like that. But it is still a county, especially in my area, for very low-paid jobs for those that actually live there and want to stay there and work there, different to those that live in the higher-end houses, because they will commute. If they retire and are not working, they then can afford to pay very high money for these houses, which doesn't help the locality where I live. Thank you.
Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one point on the present time. There's a lot of complaining about having low-cost houses and managed to get them. We just built, well, in the process of finishing building at Coedglas, and the social houses there, they're brilliant and they're reasonable priced, and some of the people going into them already live in Abergavenny, so they're not coming from out to computer in different directions. But that's about the here and now. In the future, saying that we could build all these houses and those work. If you look at that plan, it does say that we're going to be providing employment areas as well as building houses. So if you're building employment areas and getting businesses to come in, the people won't have to travel out. And there are very, very many young people in this county who are living either with their parents or renting a small place, desperate for houses. So we really need to get them. We need them very much so. This morning, when I put the radio on, I caught the end of something, and I'm not sure what it was all about, but it was talking about building houses which were going to be slightly dearer rents than our social houses, like Monmouthshire Housing, but well under the top rates. Now, I don't know if Councillor... did you hear it? Do you know what it's meaning? I got the end of the programme, and I didn't get it all, but I thought, I wish I'd heard it all because I know where it was coming from. But it was building houses in between the very cheap ones and the dear ones, and that would be a great job. Thank you. I agree with the plan.
Right, I've got Councillor Davis and Councillor Debbie and Councillor Pavia put their hands up when I indicated we were going to finish this off. So we've got 3 more, Councillor Davis. But please, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, it's been a long agenda. It's important that everybody has, is listened to, but please don't repeat things. Just agree with them at this stage. I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief because I don't make long speeches, as you know. But I totally agree with this strategy. In fact, I think if we don't do something, then this county will become unsustainable in the future. Yes, there's been some very good points made here about affordable housing and the way we tackle the market and what we do. And I would assume that there's going to be a whole range of sub-strategies below this main strategy. And all of those things got to be looked at because, yes, try telling somebody who's living with their parents with a couple of children and haven't got room to swing a cat, that we don't need any more houses. I think you'll have a bit of a difficulty there. So it's got to be done on a sustainable basis. They've got to be designed properly. We know all the issues about sustainability and all the other issues that have been raised, and it's not going to be perfect. We all know that. You know, we're not going to wave a magic wand and it's all suddenly going to be right. But the strategy of trying to do something about these issues is absolutely right, in my opinion. What we need to do now is get down. I don't know whether the strategy is to form a committee to look at these things, but we really need to look at it in detail. We do need to be targeting things and looking at what we're doing over time. All that needs to be done, but the strategy is absolutely correct, in my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Divvy.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a passing relationship with Chepstow and its problems. I think what Councillor Davis has said is absolutely right at the back. We've got to have a strategy going forward. The big issue is facing up to the issues that'll make the strategy work. We want industry and development in the area. That's great, and that is absolutely right. But industry will not come to the area and add additional investment will not come to the area if the services are not right. And the services are not right, and we are not grappling with them at the moment. We really need to be talking to Gloucestershire because they've got some of the same problems. They would welcome some sort of interchange between them and us so as we get a concerted plan for transport in the area, which could include better train services, which would be into Lydney, and that would take some of the traffic off the road. The other thing is, the thing that is driving people coming across here to live is it's cheaper to come here. That is it. Joe Public across there is not particularly interested in whether we're Welsh or whatever we are. It's cheaper this side, and that's what's driving all the housing and the traffic problems that we have. And we've got to get a bit smarter about how we're dealing with this. We've got to find the core problems, which I suggest are all about communications, and that is, in the main, a lot of it transport. And we've got to bear in mind, we talk about having the bridge. If everything went swimmingly and everybody gets involved in this, it's going to be probably best part of 20 years before you see the bridge go completed. That's even if it goes well. So we've got to get some reality into our planning. And maybe then we could get Gloucestershire to schedule their housing, because they're going through an LDP at the moment, and I know very well that they're concerned about the issues that are going into being put in front of them. Maybe we could get some sort of way ahead. I'm not talking about being in cahoots, but being aware of the issues. We should know what Gloucestershire's Forest of Deeds LDP is. We should know what their aspirations are. They should know what our aspirations are. Because if we don't find a way of working together as two counties, we're shot. All of a sudden, you'll find the demand for housing that is growing from Bristol and whatnot dry up. That might have some short-term benefits, but what will happen is commerce will follow it as well, and you will get businesses say, it's too difficult to be across there. We can't get the staff we want in, and we can't get the goods and whatnot that we want out. We've got to be a bit different in our way of thinking, and we haven't got to be isolationists. Thank you, Chair. Sorry if it's controversial.
Councillor Pavia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep my contribution brief. Just as Chair of the Economy and Development Select that has been hosting a lot of this work, can I just thank Mark, Rachel, Craig and the team who have been up against it, particularly with the Welsh Government, not just in terms of delivering within the time frame, but also the National Development Framework, which clearly wants to pickle us in aspic for the rest of eternity. Can I also thank members for their involvement in the workshops? We're not halfway through yet. You've got a long way to go, and I hope your fortitude is going to continue as we progress month on month. I think Councillor Fegans and Councillor Davis were absolutely right. This is a vision. This is an ambitious vision, but realistic. Of course, as a Chepstow member, I have concerns about infrastructure, as Councillor Petruni rightfully pointed out. We need to get that right. But obviously, this is the first phase of consultation with the public. But we really are on the cusp of something really special. We've got the capital city deal progressing well in South Wales. We've got to the east the fastest growing city and region in the whole of the UK, particularly in terms of inward migration. Bristol has the highest inward migration of people under 30 in the whole of the UK. Being in between both of these areas puts us in a real strong position if we want it. I heard what Councillor Howard said earlier on. Is there anything wrong with allowing people to come here and retire? No, there's not. But the pressure on social services, as you saw from the budget earlier on, is immense, particularly in terms of volume. If we're just going to be happy to sit back and let that happen, then we might as well pack up now, because we'll be bankrupt within 10 years. So we've got to be realistic for the future of this county. This is, as I said, still early days in terms of this process. Let's engage all of us, particularly through the LDP workshops. It's really important that we go together collaboratively. So at the end of the process, we're not as we were, 5-6 years ago, 14-hour session to try and thrash this through. So thank you very much.
Councillor Greenwood, would you like to sum up, and possibly Mr. Hans can help you with some questions?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to suggest, Madam Chair. If I can cover some of the points, and I'm sure Mark Hand will come in with others. First of all, a number of members have brought up the subject of infrastructure, and they're quite right to do so. We are not in the position where we would ideally build an 8-lane motorway and put the houses in the right positions according to that infrastructure. We are living in a country where housing has been developed and towns have been developed over hundreds of years. And we don't have the luxury of being able to simply wipe all of that out and build new settlements everywhere. Indeed, the Welsh Government has said, much to my particular disappointment, that we cannot, in this LDP, look at a new settlement. We cannot do it. We have to build onto our existing settlements. That's what they have said. And if we're to do that, we have to face the problems of infrastructure. And they are problems. But let's not forget, the proposals that are in front of us will last for the next 13 years. We're not going to go out and build all these houses without addressing these problems of infrastructure. We're most certainly going to do so. And there will be infrastructure improvements, no doubt, to the roads that serve these houses. But also, as we've heard, we will be looking at improvements in public transport. We will be looking at the metro coming into our area, and I know that Councillor Pratt will be pushing for the metro to go as far into our county as possible. And we will also, I hope, be looking at commuter style of frequency of buses serving the north of the county as well. So there are all these improvements that we can look at in the future, not least, of course, the fact that we will be perhaps getting to the point when less people need to travel if we've got good broadband infrastructure, more people will be able to work from home. So the picture is going to be far different in 13 years' time to what we have now. And I think we've got to recognise that as we move forward, we will be dealing with the issues of infrastructure, and we will be doing our best to ensure that the houses that we built are properly served with good infrastructure. But the alternative is not to build houses. The alternative is not to worry about the 2,000 people who are on our housing list, not to worry about many, many more who would want to live and stay working in this county who are now out commuting. That's the alternative to not building these houses. Councillor Jones asked, do these figures take into account the houses that we're building? Yes, they do. We're going to be looking for just 3,000 plus extra houses over the course of the next 13 years, in addition to the ones that we've already planned. Just to go through, and there weren't many members came forward. Councillor Taylor, who's gone, brought up the issue of the sustainable settlement appraisal, and that actually will be going out as part of the consultation process. So it'll be going out next week with that consultation process, and it will be also available for scrutiny within the council to our Economy and Development Select Committee. But that's the next process from here. Somebody said, you know, we're putting together the skeleton. Now, they didn't use those words, but I am. The skeleton at the moment, and we'll be putting the bones on the skeleton as we move forward. And there was another mention of the Edge Analytics consultation. That will be made available for members. There will be nothing that is kept secret from members, because members are going to be making the final decisions on this plan and will need to be a part of it. I should have mentioned, and I didn't in my opening statements, the protection of open spaces. That is vitally important to us, and when we get into the LDP process, we will be looking to identify those areas which need to be kept as open spaces and as countryside, etc. That's what this county is known for, and we will be making sure that we can do that. Affordable housing, as Councillor Bertuni has said, is absolutely essential. Now, what is quite clear is that you are not going to get a commercial developer coming along and agreeing to build 50% affordable houses and 50% market houses. That is not going to work. So there is going to be need to be to deliver that, as the Welsh Government acknowledges, there is going to have to be some input from the Welsh Government and even possibly from the local authorities to make that a reality. But I think that that is something that we certainly should be aiming for. Intermediate levels, fairly technical, I'll leave that to Mark if I may, but an answer to that. Flooding. Flooding was brought up as well. This council has never built housing on floodplains, with the exception actually of I think 3 individual houses, and there were special cases in those 3, and we never will. Throughout this plan, we will not be building on floodplains. And when we also build houses into the future, we will ensure that we build mitigation for the fact that those are replacing land which would normally drain. That is an important, and indeed, in this last flooding issue, we saw, and I held my breath a bit, I must admit, but we saw that the houses that were built in Wanstow Road, which everyone told us would have caused disastrous flooding down on that Wanstow Road, they did not. The attenuation ponds that were built there saved those areas from serious flooding. Excuse me a minute. And when we come to the later parts of the plan, we will indeed be looking at how we build sustainable houses, how we take into the fact that we have a climate emergency, and how we take into account the fact that we need to think about further issues, flooding in the future, which is no doubt going to increase. Let me just, it's fairly long. Councillor Stevens mentioned passionately the whole issues of infrastructure, and she mentioned in particular the issues around the south of the county. Now, for anybody who's been around this block of the LDP before, you will know that there are members who will fight vehemently that their area of the county is unique, that theirs has been overdeveloped in the past and it can't take in any more housing. That's par for the course, frankly. But when we, as I say, look at housing in any area of the county, we have to look very carefully at the infrastructure requirements as we go along. Well, I'm not surprised at Councillor Howard's views. Councillor Howard has always, as a planning officer, been anti-houses, in fairness, and he's always been insistent that Monmouthshire has the minimum level of houses, and he will not agree with me, and I will not agree with him. We have to give new opportunities for jobs in this county. We already know that our economic development unit is unable to put new employers into suitable buildings within our county. Now, this is part of the problem, and we have to admit we got it wrong the last LDP. We didn't put the land for jobs in the right places, quite frankly. And we have quite a number of sites that have remained undeveloped with landowners not prepared to bring that land forward. I think we have to look again about whether we still put that land into the next LDP, or whether we allocate other land which has got better chances of coming forward and is in the right place in the evidence that we now have for where those houses, where those jobs are to come. Councillor Becker, again, another Chepstow member, and I do take the point of that all the Chepstow members are making. And again, he makes the point of sustainability in housing. That is an issue to come when we put the bones on the skeleton of the strategy that we are dealing with. I think Councillor Higginson's points were all answered by Mark. Councillor Harris doesn't believe the national statistics, but the national statistics that have come out do not take account of our ambitions for this county in the future. They simply look at the past and put those growth, what has happened in the past, they simply put it into the future. But we have ambitions for our county. We have ambitions for the people of this county to have well-paid jobs and good houses for all of them. And that is not taken into account in the national statistics. Councillor Grocott, jobs are not in the right places for the people who are living here. Again, he's absolutely right, they're not. And we do need to get the employment for the residents that are working in this county. 40% of our residents work outside of this county. That's not good in terms of travel. It is not good in terms of climate emergency. We need to try and redress that position as we move forward. Councillor Feakins, I'm glad of your support for that, and as he quite rightly says, when you actually break it down, this is not a vast amount of houses over 13 years. Councillor Brown, another Chepstow member, is obviously quite concerned about the infrastructure and has been, in fairness, throughout the whole of this debate. But we cannot sustain the high level of elderly population that we have. We have to rebalance our population. Otherwise, our council tax, we've put on 4.95% today. If our population grows, the age of our population goes, and we don't do something to rebalance it, those levels of council tax increases will become huge compared with what we have now. We have to look at rebalancing our population. Councillor Edwards, I hear about the issues in her area, and I actually think that within her area we do need more social housing to come forward. And Councillor Powell also makes the point that employment areas need to be provided to keep our population here. Councillor Davis, thank you for your support, and you're quite right. In fact, you didn't use the word skeleton at the moment, but I think that's what you meant, that we were at the strategy point and we had to put bones on this as we move on. Councillor Dovey, again, talks about infrastructure. I've covered that. And Councillor Pavia, actually, you will be playing a big important point as we move forward in terms of chairing the Economy and Development Committee in really going down into our plans as they emerge. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Mark Hand.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Inans. Just a couple of points, I think, for me to cover. You've seen the email from me in terms of population projections. I mean, it's your plan, it's your vision, your strategy. It's up to you, as has been described, you know, which direction you want to take that. But they are just projections of past trends at the moment. So it's whether or not you think there should be intervention in those to create something better, or whether we should sit back and see what happens with the consequences. I'd stress that the LDP is just one of the tools the council has. It is a land use plan. Obviously, as a planner by background, I think it's really important, but there's other things going on. It will be accompanied by an infrastructure plan, local transport plan, and recently members have approved the economic ambition strategy and the inward investment strategy. So the comments made about to what extent have we delivered jobs in the past or can we going forwards, completely accept what's being said. We have to have the land in the right place and we have to use the other tools available to us to do that. But equally, you know, members need to be cognizant of our working population and what that looks like without some intervention. The main question then left was one around some detail. So there was a question around the kind of housing being built. So there are detailed policies we'd look at, and they come in the next stage, which will be before you in January. There's all kind of workshops planned between now and then for that. Other details around climate emergency, site allocations, protection of amenities, all of that's in there as well. Working with neighbours, we're working really closely with those, including the Forest of Dean. They're a little bit behind us in terms of their process. They've started on their new local development framework. They have a more generous timetable than us, but they're looking through their strategy and where their growth might go. But we've met with them a couple of times already and we'll continue to do so. Blaenau Gwent is very slightly ahead. Brecon Beacons also. Torvine's preferred strategy goes to council on Tuesday. So we're working really closely with those neighbours. We understand what they're doing and how it interlinks. And perhaps we haven't expressed that to you very well so far, but there's elements of unknown in those plans as well. So finally, the detailed bits around affordable housing. So the question was around the mix. There's three types of affordable housing: social rent, intermediate rent, and low-cost home ownership. So social rent will provide you with accommodation. The rent's charged at housing allowance set by the Welsh Government. The strand of the strategy that we're putting forward in terms of the affordable housing additional sites, we're talking about intermediate affordable housing on those, on the 50% sites. And that's because the people that would otherwise leave our county would remain for either cheaper rents or low-cost home ownership, whereas social rent's effectively the same in every county. So you just move because it's where you prefer to live rather than anything else. So intermediate rent is set by the Welsh Government. It's a proportion in between social rent and market rent. In terms of eligibility, if that's probably the best way of describing it, people who would be able to afford to live in it would be earning between £15,000 and £30,000. And that's not so much a picture of what the intermediate rent looks like as to what the market rent and the market house sales look like. So they are not insignificant salaries at the top end, but that is the clear gap that we have in the housing market, and the evidence is there for that. Low cost home ownership is where you buy between 50 and 100% of a home, an RSL load into the rest, and the remaining portion of that is rent free to the occupier. There is a different model where you both mortgage half and pay rent on the other half. We don't go down that route because that isn't affordable in a real sense. So hopefully that answers the query. In terms of the proportions, we are talking about 50% on those sites. I hear what some members are saying about just council building and nothing else, or of a high proportion. But we're very keen to ensure that communities are mixed and balanced appropriately. There's opportunities there for everybody. I think that covers all the questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for Councillor Green and Mr. Hans for that full and thorough explanation and answer to all the questions and queries on this important subject. So we will now go to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendations? For okay, Louise. Yeah. Those not in favour? 3. Abstentions? 1. Thank you very much. That was carried. At this point, officers are going to leave the room because item 12 is regarding the pay policy statement. Thank you, members. We'll moving swiftly on. Item 12 is going to be introduced, I'm going to write this time, by Councillor Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the purpose of this, excuse me, this report is to approve the publication of Monmouth County Council's pay policy in compliance with the Localism Act. This reflects a sort of as-is situation. We have this situation every year. It always looks as if we've been asked to approve last year's. That's because we don't know what the coming year's is. So we have no choice but to do this. And I queried it with Sally again today, because although I asked the question last year, I couldn't quite remember what the answer was. So anyway, that's it. So the council is asked to approve the pay policy for the year April 19 to March 31st of March 20, which of course we're still in. As nationally negotiated and agreed, the pay award of the Joint National Council for local authority, chief executive officers and 4 chief officers. Monmouthshire County Council recognises the need to have a clear written policy on pay and reward for employees, and the 2019-20 pay policy includes updated information in relation to pay bands, updated information in relation to pension contributions, specific information relating to reporting requirements associated with exit payments, and the policy is underpinned by the single status agreements and other nationally agreed terms and conditions for employees of the council. This is the 9th publication of the policy, so it's something that we've got quite used to now. This is something that comes before us on a regular basis and is updated as and when legislation applies. If anybody's got any questions on this, Sally Thomas is here to answer them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Do you have a seconder for the Councillor? Oh, you've got Councillor Edwards in front of you now. You've got the wrong name in front of you. Councillor Higgins, thank you. Anybody wish to comment on it? Councillor Higginson.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move we accept the report.
Is that seconded? Can we all vote on this, please? All those in favour of accepting the report? That is unanimous. Thank you all very much.
Sorry, Sally,
thank you,
could have
Sally.
gone
Sorry
there.
to. Thank you very much. Sorry to have kept you. We just have one item left on the agenda, and before I do ask you to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of January, can I thank you all for your contributions, your valuable contributions this afternoon, your cooperation. It was a full agenda, but I think we've done it proud. I think you've all worked extremely hard, and I thank you so much for your cooperation. So the last item, to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of January. Moved, seconded. Again, thank you all. Was that serious? Oh, I beg your pardon.
On page 6, just before I answered a question from Councillor Grocott about schools budgets, it says I left the meeting, which is incorrect.
We will amend that. Sorry about that, thank you.